Saskatchewan tomorrow.
Could be the tonight before.
Could be. Could be at light up.
Or what at like I don't feel good.
All right, call this meeting to order. Before we get started, I just wanted to note for the record that Councillor Gale had a specialist appointment to attend today that was unmovable, and so will not be in attendance this morning, but will be joining us partway through the day. And I guess I'd look to Drew Hyman to take it away.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. First of all, I just wanted to thank Council for yesterday for your thoughtful input and constructive discussion on the proposed budget. Your questions and direction clearly reflected a strong connection with the administrative processes to create this budget and the outcomes we're working to deliver in the community. This alignment is critical as we move forward. The better that we're aligned, Council, administration, and the rest of the organization, I think the better outcomes that we'll have in our community. Also wanted to recognize the strength of the team supporting this work. Across the organization, our people are dedicated to serving Council and the community, and their professionalism is central to advocating your priorities. So in terms of today, I'm not going to start the same way that we started yesterday. There were a number of items added to the parking lot throughout the day yesterday. So one of the things that we will have to consider is not only today's agenda, but our next steps in this process. So for today, I'm going to hopefully finish up my review a little bit ahead of schedule and then turn it over to Mr. Tooth to go into the rate-supported budget, followed by the capital project budget from Mr. Sulo. We've got a lunch break. Mr. Blanchette will be doing service fees, and then Mr. Alim will be doing a very important discussion around reserves, long-term debt, and the 3-year financial plan, and then we're going to try and wrap it up. That's where we're going to talk more about next steps, but Council will have to give some consideration because there were a number of different things that were added to the parking lot. At some point in terms of this alignment, we're going to have some tough discussion around those and what is included and what's not. However, obviously appreciate all your guidance throughout the process and your commitment to Cochrane as we move together through this process. So with that, I'm going to invite Mr. Tooth to come up and start the rate-supported budget. Before Mr. Tooth comes up, any questions from Council?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, thank you. Turn it over to Mr. Tooth.
All right. Good morning, Council. Before we get into the details of each utility, I want to start with a simple high-level look at the people behind this work. This slide you're seeing now shows the staff allocated to the utilities section. The team that coordinates water, wastewater, stormwater, waste collection, and the Eco Center. These are the individuals who keep the system running, support our asset management programs, and make sure we're delivering safe, reliable service every day. This is just a quick overview to ground today's discussion in the people doing the work. We'll move into the utility-specific budgets right away, but I wanted to begin by highlighting the team that makes this all possible. So on Monday, we walked through the big picture. the 2026 rate impacts for each utility, and how Cochrane compares to our regional neighbors. Today, I want to stay with the same theme, strong asset management and disciplined financial planning, but go one layer deeper into what's underneath those rates. The significant operating challenges or changes and the capital projects we're funding 2026 and beyond. You'll see how building repair budgets, asset renewal programs, and long-range capital projects like fire flow improvements, cathodic protection, and wastewater pipeline work, and stormwater planning all tie back to rate structures we talked about on Monday. The focus today is to connect those numbers to the infrastructure our residents actually rely on, and to highlight where we've been able to reduce costs, defer big risks, and fund growth from growth instead of from existing customers. Before I move into the utility budgets, I want to touch briefly on the utility section, because you'll notice this is the first year it appears as its own section in your budget book. I haven't included a summary slide for it today, but I will prepare a full overview for next year's budget cycle, so Council has a clear picture of how this section supports our broader utility program. The utility section includes the cost for my position and our administrative assistant, as well as our training, safety gear, phones, and office supplies, and the shared administrative supports needed to coordinate the work of water, wastewater, stormwater, waste collection, and the eco center. This structure allows us to manage the utilities more consistently, strengthen our asset management practices, and provide clear, transparent reporting back to Council. Yesterday, we talked about water as one of Cochrane's most dependable services. And that reliability doesn't just happen by accident. Behind the scenes, the water budget is doing two things at once, covering day-to-day operations and building the capacity we need for future infrastructure like reservoir expansion, fire flow improvements, and water main corrosion protection. As we move through the next slides, I'll show how the 2026 water budget funds key renewal programs like the Water Asset Renewal Program, vertical, the Water Main Cathodic Protection Program, and planning work for main pressure zone storage and the distribution system improvements, while still keeping our structure competitive across the region. Here's the high-level overview for the water utility for 2026. I know there's a lot of information on the slide. Hopefully you guys can go through it as I'm reading away here. Our total proposed operating budget for water is $9,487,961. And this slide shows how that funding is allocated across the major components of the system. The pie chart you see here aligns directly with the Level 2 budget disclosure Council received on Monday. Please note the expenses lower than $100,000 have been rolled up to one category. This summary breaks the water budget into its core functional categories: treatment and distribution operations, regulatory and monitoring programs, building and facility management, utilities, staffing, and our planned transfers to reserves for future asset renewal. If you compare this visual to Monday's detailed tables, you'll see it reflects a similar structure: operating costs, fixed obligations, and life cycle funding, all working together to support the service. What's important to highlight is that every portion of this pie chart represents an essential part of delivering safe, reliable drinking water. The operating categories keep the system running day to day. The fixed costs support the quality assurance and regulatory compliance, and the transfers to reserves fund long-term capital renewal like fire flow improvements, cathodic protection, vertical asset renewal. Together, this is the financial foundation that keeps the water system performing 24/7 while ensuring we're planning responsibly for future needs. In 2026, we've increased the water budget by $138,500 to start addressing building repairs at our water facilities identified in the 2023 facility condition assessment that was completed by Associated Engineering. That's an asset management practice, just to tie it back to asset management for Council. This is basic life cycle care, not nice to have work. We've also removed $756,500 that was used in 2025 to begin our critical water main inspection program. That's a concrete example of one-time investment coming out of the budget once the work is funded, which is a direct saving for ratepayers. On the pressure side, we're seeing about $118,000 in inflation, a $252,000 increase in payment in lieu of taxes, and higher transfers to reserves so we can fund the capital work you see in our 10-year capital plan, including fire flow improvements, water asset renewal program vertical, and the water main cathodic protection program. There's also $67,000 in meter renewal funding to ramp up replacements in preparation for our planned AMI conversion in 2027, which is part of the broader utilities modernization program. So the story on this slide is we're letting one-time work roll off, we're using targeted increases to fix known building issues, and we're deliberately building our renewal reserve so that fire protection, corrosion control, and modernization can proceed without sudden, steep rate shocks later. Before I move on, I want to connect this slide to the utility rate review that Council approved last year. The purpose of that project is to give Cochrane fully updated, defensible, and repeatable approach to utility rate setting, one that ensures we can maintain our current level of service while achieving long-term financial sustainability across water, wastewater, and stormwater. The review includes three major components: a revenue requirements analysis, confirming what it actually costs for each utility to run sustainably over the next 10 years. A cost of service analysis, determining how costs should be allocated between internal customers and external users like Rocky View County, Cochrane Lakes, and Springbank Schools. A rate design review, testing rate structure options to ensure fairness, competitiveness, ease of administration, and smooth transition for ratepayers. We're planning to reconnect with Council in January because that's when the project team will have the first set of results ready. The guiding principles for rate setting, the early revenue requirement findings, and the initial modeling for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Meeting with Council at that point ensures the work is aligned with your expectations before we finalize the rate model and 10-year projections. Building on our engineering resourcing conversation from yesterday, looking out to 2026, there are three big pieces of planning work that will shape our long-term water capital program: the W3 Master Plan update, the Water Treatment Plant Capacity Assessment, and the Water Treatment Plant Location Study. These studies, which are in progress, are all interconnected. They tell us how much capacity is needed, when we need it, and what the most efficient servicing strategy is. Until they're complete, it would be premature to drop a full slate of water projects into the 10-year capital plan. We're also trying to be realistic about staff capacity. Project management, engineering, and operations staff are fully deployed on existing capital commitments. Rather than bringing Council speculative projects, we're letting this planning work finish and then come back to Council in Q2 of next year with a consolidated view. What needs to be built, in what order, and how it fits alongside everything else in Cochrane's capital program. That's how we keep faith with both asset management and our self-imposed debt limits. We make sure the projects are well scoped before we ask for major funding. I'll pause there because that's the end of the water section for questions.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. You mentioned first the utility rate review, which is long-term financial sustainability. I'm curious, it sounded, I hope I know the answer to this. Does that include projected life cycling of existing assets? So existing pipes in the ground that will need to be replaced in the future, we're charging for those in the current rates?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, yes, absolutely. That is part of the utility rate review. A big component of it that we're working on right now, and it's very time consuming, is understanding what we own. So we own a lot as a water utility. There's many assets in the ground. As an example, there's over 13,000 water laterals alone in the community. So that's the piece of water pipe that connects the water mains to your home. all of those assets are ours. And so trying to make sure that we're accounting for every single asset that we own is important as we try to budget for life cycling those assets. So that's part of the work that we're going through right now, and that's why I was saying we need some more time or runway to get ready before we come back to engage with council about the utility rate review.
Thank you, and just to save me turning my light on in the next two sections, same answer for those two, or are we
You got
collecting
it,
those for
yeah,
our
for
rates?
wastewater and for stormwater.
Excellent, okay. And then you perked my interest also with the 3 studies that are in progress that we just talked about right there. Once completed, obviously, the next step is linking those to OSL funding, because it's essentially, they're all growth-related items, those big ticket 3 that you just talked about under analysis.
So those 3, I suppose I should do through the chair to Councillor Wilson again, but those 3 are the most impactful for us because from a water and wastewater lens, I'll say, because the projects all have an interconnection with each other, as I've demonstrated up on the screen there. For example, and I can give a few, at the existing water treatment plant right now, we're running up against capacity issues as we grow. So there's discrete systems inside the water treatment plant that need to be upgraded. Off the top of my head, I can tell you we have what's called tube settlers. I'm happy to take council through one day to show you what these things are, but they exist inside the clarifier to slow the flow of water so that material drops out of the water supply. Those are at the end of life, and they're also at capacity. So, and those are a very pricey item for us to replace and upgrade. So right now, preliminary, I'll say, at the water treatment plant capacity upgrade, we're looking at $20 million worth of upgrades at the water treatment plant alone to try and get capacity to about 22 megaliters a day, which only gives us about 8 years of runway. So there's some serious considerations that we need to make with that versus potentially building a second water treatment plant. And if we build a second water treatment plant, we also need to think about the water pipes that are in the ground and how we move the water around our community. So that's why these 3 are interconnected with each other, because we have to tie them all together to consider the total cost consideration.
Excellent, but the good news here, great news here, is that unlike our conversations yesterday, which were unsolved, ongoing, and I don't know, complicated and upsetting, that we have to figure out how we're going to pay for our life cycling and our growth assets required. It seems like in the utility section, at least, we're on top of this, and that's thrilling. Thank you, Mr. Tooth. I love those answers.
Thank you.
Councillor Federico?
Thank you. As you go through the rate review, I mean, would there be a chance that we're going to be looking at what we realistically have to raise rates for the public, or is that part of it?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, yes, there is a possibility there may be a rate increase that's necessary. But part of where council is going to have some ability to influence that is trying to decide what are your priorities. We could decide that affordability is one of the primary drivers as we go through the rates. And then we take more time trying to figure out how to perhaps elongate the life of our assets. But that is a risk-reward conversation that we'd have to step into. And so that's part of what we'll guide you through with the utility rate review conversation when we come back to engage council in January.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. The approximately $20 million cost, is that already something that's built into our plan that we're looking at?
Not yet. So these, to Mayor, sorry, these projects that are up on the screen right now have not been accounted for. That's what I was pointing out as I was speaking there, is that we wanted to get to the finish line to bring real numbers before we put them into the budget.
Okay, so just to flag for council's interest and then anybody who's watching the public, that when we're talking about needing to cost everything out, there's a massive item that's like a library-sized item right there. So.
Yeah, I'm going to make it a little bit worse as I say that to you when we talk about the second water treatment plant.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 libraries, yeah.
Yes, there you go. You're hitting it on the nose.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right, please continue.
Yep. For wastewater, the story is very similar. A service that most people never see, but quietly moves more than 3 Olympic-sized pools worth of flow every day from our homes and businesses into the regional system in Calgary. On day 1, we focused on rate impacts and the Calgary treatment increase. Today, I want to connect to our long-term renewal programs and some important risk management decisions around the wastewater pipeline. The wastewater budget is carrying operating pressures from treatment costs, inflation, and facility repairs,
but it's also where we fund vertical wastewater asset renewal program and the early phases of the wastewater pipeline twinning work you see in the capital plan. This is where asset management and financial planning really intersect, especially as we get close to our self-imposed debt ceiling. This slide provides the high-level overview of the wastewater utility for 2026. Our total proposed operating budget for wastewater is $12,838,792. And the pie chart here shows how that full amount is distributed across the major functions of the system. The breakdown you see on this slide aligns directly with the Level 2 budget disclosure Council received on Monday. Please note that the expenses lower than $100,000 have been rolled up into one category. This summary reflects the same categories you reviewed in that detailed budget package: treatment and conveyance operations, lift station maintenance, regulatory compliance, utilities, staffing, and our planned transfers to reserves for long-term renewal. If you compare this pie chart to the tables in Monday's materials, you'll recognize a similar structure: our operating requirements, our fixed contractual obligations, and the life cycle funding that supports future capital work. Each segment represents a critical part of keeping the wastewater system reliable. The fixed costs cover regional treatment charges and regulatory requirements, and our reserve contributions are what fund ongoing asset renewal programs, like lift station upgrades, SCADA and controls replacement, and the early phases of the wastewater pipeline work. Together, these components form the financial backbone of a system that must perform continuously without interruption to protect public health and the environment. This slide is where the technical and financial stories really come together. On the operating side, we have $138,000 for linear asset renewal, engineering, and CMMS development. That's work to refine the $13 million list of priority mains that came out of our CCTV program, and to set up our works management software to capture costs and asset data properly. We're also prompting the use of $199,500 from reserves to fund the analysis and some vertical asset work, rather than putting it straight into the rate. On top of that, you'll see around $118,000 in inflation and $264,000 increase for Calgary wastewater treatment, and about $135,000 to start building repairs identified in the wastewater facility assessments. The largest single change is the $870,000 increase in transfers to reserves. Part of that supports the vertical asset renewal program, and part of it is now tied to the wastewater pipeline twinning project, Phase 1A, specifically the Callinghorse Creek siphon replacement. The segment is operating above its safe operating pressure rating and needs to be replaced now, so we structured it to be funded through capital reserves. We are also being very deliberate about the bigger $54 million Phase 1 twinning project. The original hydraulic model did not factor in our attenuation capacity at the transfer station, the underground concrete tank, and the outdoor lagoon, which are located right next to the SLS Recreation Center. Once we include that storage and operate it to shave peak wet weather flows, we can keep the flows in the existing pipeline below critical thresholds for longer. That buys us valuable runway to save rather than rushing into additional debt. At current growth rates, we expect to save in the order of $4 to $5 million per year in offsite levies, which can be applied to the future twinning. That's a perfect example of how asset management plus proactive hydraulic modeling directly protecting our debt capacity and long-term affordability.
Sorry, question. The $4 million per year in offsite levies that we can save, is that specific to this project? Because I think in past years, our total offsite levies have been close to 4.
To the mayor, that's accurate. That's specific to the pipeline. That is how much money we're collecting for the pipeline back to Calgary.
Okay, yeah. Excellent.
That is the end of the wastewater section, so perhaps I'll pause for questions there.
Councillor Fidego.
I was just curious, what is the purchases from other governments in the breakdown?
bear with me here. I brought this up here so I can
Perfect,
answer
it's
this question.
145A. If that helps you.
Wastewater. Oh. Through the chair to Councillor Fideko, that is the money that we pay Calgary for wastewater treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yep. I'll regather here.
I'll have more questions about this, but I think I need to see the context of everything else before I ask the questions. Just wondering how this impacts the big picture, because it's obviously significant, but for sure. Thank you. Anything else, council? All right, seeing none,
Okay.
carry on, please.
On the stormwater side, day one focused on the 68 cents per month impacts and the strong role of capital contributions. Today, the emphasis is on what the money actually does. It funds inspection, planning, and reserve contribution that keeps our ponds, culverts, and ditches functioning under stress. And it starts to build a more formal linear asset management program for stormwater infrastructure. Stormwater is inherently a risk management utility. We're paying to reduce the likelihood and severity of flooding events. The budget changes you see in 2026 are relatively modest in dollar terms, but they're laying the groundwork for the capital work that will appear in the outer years of the plan. As I do this, there we go. This slide provides a high-level view of our stormwater utility for 2026. The proposed operating budget is $1,385,896. And the pie chart illustrates how the budget is allocated across the core elements of the stormwater program. The breakdown you see here aligns directly with the Level 2 budget disclosure Council received on Monday, using the same categories from that detailed budget package: draining system maintenance, inspection and monitoring, environmental compliance, utilities, staffing, and our planned contributions to reserves. This pie chart functions as a visual summary of those Level 2 tables, showing how the utility's operating needs, fixed obligations, and long-term life cycle funding fit together. Each segment reflects a critical component of keeping the system functioning safely. The operating allocations support ongoing work on culverts, ditches, ponds, and storm mains, and the infrastructure that manages runoff during major rain events. The fixed cost categories include environmental monitoring and corporate allocations. And reserve contributions are what allow us to plan for future rehabilitation and capacity upgrades rather than responding to failures after the fact. Together, this represents the financial foundation of a system that protects homes, roads, and natural areas from flooding and ensures long-term environmental resilience. This slide breaks down the key changes. We have about $25,000 in engineering fees to start linear asset management planning for stormwater, essentially building the inventory and the condition pictures so we can rank risk and prioritize capital. That work is being funded from reserves with a $25,000 transfer from reserves offsetting the cost. We also see a $28,000 500 increase in payment of lieu in taxes and a modest $94,000 increase in transfers to reserves and a rise in interdepartmental transfers as part of the corporate cost allocation model. None of these are glamorous, but they're what allow us to gradually build a sustainable stormwater reserve and stay ahead of major failures instead of chasing them. That is the end of the stormwater division, so I'll take some questions.
Councilor McDonald?
I see a bump in communications. I'm guessing that's a result of the summer's conditions.
Yeah,
Can you just speak to the strategy there a little bit?
there isn't a lot of strategy. It's meant for public engagements, so there's some more planning that we need to do in the new year. Sorry, I forgot to say through the chair to Councillor McDonald. Apologies.
Okay, so this just increased emphasis on educating the community
Yes.
about what that flooding looks like and what it doesn't look like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. I've got another full utilities, couple questions. One, last council was very clear on having a user pay model for all of our utilities, including water, wastewater, storm. I think we've been united philosophically, and I think your department has leaned into that as well. And could you just touch on exactly where we currently sit with that? Is that our department's mandate right now, or we charge for the ongoing operational costs? And our mandate is to break even there, I believe.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I'll openly admit that there's some work for us to do in the stormwater division. We are further behind there than we are with the water and wastewater utilities, and we have some asset management work to do. So that $25,000 I spoke of is the first step down the asset management journey, where we can start to evaluate and plan better. You'll notice that the stormwater division has got a lot less funding allocated to it, and through the years, unfortunately, the rates are going to have to increase there for us to up maintenance and better plan for replacement of that infrastructure. So we're just at the start of the journey there.
Okay, glad I asked, thank you.
Yeah.
And then one question I just have here for when we get to the parking lot items later that I'll just ask on utilities is organizationally, what are we doing to speed up our new capital projects to get them into the OSL pipeline, given the new legislation passed in 2024, I believe. And so I think you're going to tell me those studies that we're currently doing are exactly how we get them there, and are we moving as fast as we can, or this is Mach speed that we're at?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, we are moving as fast as we can with the existing resources that we have. But that conversation we were having about the engineering team and resources to support them yesterday will help us speed up on that journey as well too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
That's all, Mr. Chair, appreciate it.
yeah.
So just to read between the lines a little bit, are you suggesting that it's possible, but we just don't know, that there's a significant stormwater upgrade project looming that we have not yet identified? Possible?
That is possible, Mayor Nagel. I don't want to say that it's something that is going to happen because I haven't had a chance to actually evaluate the infrastructure yet. So we'd follow very similar steps to what we've taken with the wastewater system, getting in to evaluate them so we can actually put cameras through the mains to evaluate the condition of them, which will give me a much better picture of how much potential liability we're taking on right now.
And I actually have very little idea what the pipes actually look like under the ground, but is it that all of the new developments up in the hills on both sides of town kind of feed into an old stormwater system?
Stormwater systems operate slightly different than a wastewater system, whereas a wastewater system, everything comes together to one point to get treated before it goes back to the river. Stormwater systems will generally drain either to a storm pond or directly back into a receiving stream, so there's not as much infrastructure to consider. Where there's potential issues with the stormwater system is that we haven't taken the time to actually get in there and take a look and see whether or not the material that's going into the infrastructure is causing problems for us. So what can happen, and you've seen it in a lot of other communities where they have major rainwater events, their infrastructure has failed them because their stormwater mains end up getting filled with a lot of material, and it's very difficult to remove that material, and it's expensive and time consuming. So we're just at the start of the journey. I really want to point that out, and I will do the best I can to keep council informed as we get more information about the stormwater system.
Councillor Federico?
Just a question. So say just all worlds collide unfavorably for Cochrane, and we have a big project in water, a big project in wastewater, and a big project in storm. Is it possible to do like a levy that every taxpayer would just pay? Because you're talking about multi-million-dollar projects, and I'm just not sure, like even from a rate increase, obviously that might not even cut it, but is that something that we would consider possible if we had to fix things immediately and just be able to gain some funds?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, I might not consider a levy this traditional process that we're going through right now, where I can continue to increase contribution to reserves, is the right process to go through, because we're using asset management practices, which also takes into account the risk that we're taking on with all of these pressures that come. So it allows us to compare the different expenditures with each other, ranking them by the amount of risk that we're taking on with the community. And I think with some good preventative maintenance, we're going to be able to give ourselves enough runway here. I realize that I'm stirring a little bit of concern, but I promise I'll do the work to try and quell that concern that's coming from council.
Perhaps, Sean, I'll add a little bit of color, if you don't mind, to council. The stormwater system is a relatively static system. The criticality and risk associated with a failure of, say, a stormwater pipe isn't the same as what we would see with a wastewater pipe, one of our pressure systems like that. I just want to quell any concern over a potential catastrophe in our stormwater system. We haven't talked about our ponds much. That's a large part of our stormwater system, and dredging those is an asset management and maintenance practice that we do. Is a rather costly one. That was built into a report we received in 2022 on our stormwater system. And in that report, it actually recommended a 10-year linear rate increase of 86 cents per year. And we're adhering to those practices this year as well, in accordance with that engineering report that we received. Now, what Sean's talking about is getting some more eyes in those pipes, so we can just help identify which ones need to be repaired, but the criticality isn't what we would see with our wastewater pipelines or water.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to share with council, I appreciate Councilor Fadeko's question, and I think really it all ties back to finances and the 10-year capital plan and how we're tying all of these together. The connections that we make and the alignment that we can achieve, that's where we're really going to be able to do that. And then it comes down to council prioritizing what's most important to the community, because there are a number of things in here. We talked about different things yesterday, so you're seeing it all add up today. We've got to be, like, our strategy is really what's critical here.
Okay.
Before we proceed into the, it's not straight into capital, but we are getting into a larger capital conversation today. Will we come back to water and wastewater as part of that? Or is this the only time we're talking about it?
Mr. Mayor, the intent was really to have the rate-funded budget, Mr. Tooth, go through that, and we didn't specifically plan to revisit it.
That's fine. So I just have a question then. Do we have some sort of estimation as to, within everything, all the areas that you presented here, how much capital is currently missing from our plan that we anticipate needs to be added into the plan over the next 1 to 2 years? Is it 50 million, 100 million?
I wouldn't be comfortable answering that question right now. That's why I was talking about bringing the information back from those 3 projects, which are the primary driver right now to council.
I'm just trying to get a bit of context, because at some point we're going to start having more conversations about things like transit and affordable housing and things that are slightly more discretionary. But I also want to try and paint the context for everybody up here making decisions as to whether or not we have a looming, extra $10 million project we need to be thinking about, or a $100 million behemoth that we need to be also aware of. Can we just get like a temperature gauge, maybe, Mr. Hyndman?
Well, and very much like Mr. Tooth's question, I don't think I'm in a position to give you a specific answer on exactly what the cost is. However, I want to reassure council and people listening that our teams are doing the work to have a better understanding, but how we tie this all together is the critical component of it. Including that 10-year capital plan, our offsite levies that's come up several times this morning. We need robust processes and a robust fiscal framework. I keep hearing that that's probably council's #1 priority. So certainly that's something we have to lean into.
So is the takeaway then, we just got to make sure we do that work before we start making firm commitments to any individual capital project being added to the plan?
Yes, that's, I think the fiscal framework is really the foundation that we build this community from moving forward.
Okay. Council?
To provide some more comfort for council, as I was talking about in the water and wastewater slides, we are actively engaged in these planning initiatives, and we will have information soon, early next year. So you don't have to wait long to get the information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On Monday, I reintroduced the extended producer responsibility and noted that 2026 is our first full year under the new system. For residents, nothing changes at the curb or at the Eco Center, but financially, it's a major shift Producers now fund a significant portion of the recycling system instead of local ratepayers. Today, I want to show how that new funding is showing up in the waste and recycling budgets, how much is being used to support operations, things like a program advisor and engagement, and how much we're recommending to be placed in reserves to help fund the future expansion of the Eco Center. This slide provides the high-level view. I am totally out of order here. Sorry, Council, bear with me. Perfect. Apologies. This slide provides the high-level view of our waste collection program for 2026. The total proposed operating budget is $5,230,150. And the pie chart illustrates how that full amount is allocated across the major components of the service. Again, the breakdown you see here matches the structure of the Level 2 budget disclosure Council received on Monday, reflecting the same categories: curbside collection operations, contracted services, fleet and equipment maintenance, staffing, program administration, and our planned contributions to reserves. This pie chart is a visual summary of those detailed tables showing how operating costs, fixed contractual obligations, and life cycle funding work together to support the service. Each segment reflects an essential part of delivering Cochrane's waste collection program reliably every week. The operating allocations fund curbside pickup for waste, recycling, and organics. The fixed contract costs ensure consistent service delivery and compliance with diversion requirements, and the reserve contributions help fund long-term renewal. Together, these elements form the financial foundation of a system that keeps Cochrane clean, supports our zero waste goals, and maintains dependable weekly service for our residents. On the staffing side, we're adding about $64,000 to support public engagement and to meet our new EPR contract obligations. That's the investment that helps residents understand what goes where and keeps diversion strong. On the savings side, there is a $238,000 reduction in tipping fees because our recyclables are now handled by Circular Materials under EPR, and an $87,000 decrease in payment of lieu of taxes from the town. The exciting part is the $1.405 million increase in contribution to capital funded by EPR, paired with a $900,000 decrease in net operating costs thanks to the same revenue. In plain language, the province and producers are now helping us build the reserve capacity we need for our future Eco Center expansion, while at the same time reducing our operating cost burden. That's exactly the kind of structural saving we want to see. New dollars that strengthen long-term infrastructure without adding pressure to the monthly bill. Okay. Apologies, I got out of order at some point here and I'm totally hating it.
I think we have a couple of questions. Councillor Wilson?
There we go.
Thanks. Hey, Sean, when is our current waste contract due for renew?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I'm going to have to defer that question to Shane because I don't actually know offhand.
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Wilson. Top of my head, we signed with Blue Planet last year a 5-year term with an option of a +2+2, if I'm not mistaken, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that everything, Councillor Wilson?
That's everything, yeah.
Councillor McFadden?
On this slide, payment in lieu of taxes, 7%, is that Rockview County?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, that is the money that the utility pays back to the town of Cochrane.
So out of this budget, that's going back into our general revenue, is that the idea?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
If you want more information on that, I'll defer that question to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lim?
The chair to Councillor McFadden. Payment in lieu of taxes is probably not the right terminology to use. Basically represents for the 5 utilities, since all of the resources, including the assets and staff are under the tax supported, they work for utilities. And so the payment in lieu of taxes are, I would have to say, cost sharing represents the cost of providing those resources to the utilities. And so there's an intercompany transfer between the two, where under utilities, it'll be an expense, but under the tax supported, as you mentioned, is the revenue side.
All right.
Okay. I'll have to unpack that, but thank you.
Councillor Federico?
With the extra staffing, are any hours looking to change at ECO, or are we just remaining status quo, just in adding some support there for other educational measures?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, the intent is to bring in a program advisor, which is more intended to be in the offices, not at the Eco Center. So there will be no change, there is no plan changed at this point in time for the Eco Center hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. This slide provides a high-level overview of the Eco Center for 2026. The total proposed operating budget is $1,357,338, and the pie chart illustrates that amount is allocated across key activities to keep this facility operating safely, responsibly, and efficiently. Again, the categories you see in the pie chart align directly with the Level 2 budget disclosure Council received on Monday. Using the same structure, site operations, staffing, hazardous material handling, utilities, equipment maintenance, and program administration, and contributions to reserves for future facility needs. This chart is simply a visual summary of the detailed Level 2 tables, showing how operating costs, fixed obligations, and long-term life cycle funding work together within the Eco Center budget. Each segment represents a critical part of running a high-performing diversion facility. The operating allocations support the day-to-day handling of materials, everything from organics and construction waste to electronics, metals, batteries, and hazardous materials. Staffing supports safe operations, customer service, and community education, and reserve contributions help us plan responsibly for future expansion and renewal as demand continues to grow. Together, these elements form the financial foundation for the Eco Center, a facility that plays a central role in Cochrane's waste diversion performance and supports a long-term zero waste goals. Okay. Here you can see the Eco-specific variances. There's $107,500 for staffing to support both the public engagement and EPR contract. We've identified roughly $24,600 in various reductions and a $31,000 decrease in payment in lieu of taxes. And there's a $108,000 increase in transfers to reserves to support future Eco Center expansion as demand grows. On the revenue side, $191,000 in new provincial EPR funding comes in and effectively covers that reserve contribution and staffing increase, allowing us to hold the rate flat. So for Eco, the message is, we're using EPR funding to both operate responsibly under the new framework and to pre-fund future capital needs without adding cost to residents in 2026. I'll pause there.
Question from Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, and not necessarily for the Eco Center. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at page 148. And so I was just looking in your budget variance highlights. In the utility section 148, it's an injection of $900,000 from the Extended Producer Responsibility Program with the recommendation going to the Ops Center Reserve. And then when I was looking at the 150, oh no, I'm all lost. There's an injection of $191,000 from the Extended Producer Responsibility Program.
Yep.
So how much on an annual basis are we getting from the Extended Producer Responsibility Program? I think was just, I wanted to understand how that was, I was seeing the name in all these pieces and I wanted to understand where it was coming from.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, based on my review of the budget and the contract so far, I believe it's around $1.4 million total. It's through the savings and the money that we're getting back from the contracts.
So 1.4 million?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'll add a little more extra to that. Where it gets confusing is that it's split into the waste collection budgets and the eco center budget, because there's different components and there's 4 different contracts that we're working with different materials and different monies coming back. I'm totally willing to supply some more information if you want to see it broken down more.
No, no.
Yep.
No, I think that's fine. I was just, like I said, I was seeing it in various areas.
Yep.
And I was just uncertain how much we were getting back on an annual basis. So 1.4 million is projected, and we expect that to be stable, or did I hear earlier yesterday that it might be reduced a little bit?
It is reducing year after year in the existing contracts that we have, and we've been notified that they intend to try to further reduce them and take over some of the services in the future. I don't know if that will come to fruition, but that is how they have been talking to us so far.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you for that.
Counselor Fateko, did you have your light on?
Just answer my question about, do we actually know the amount of reduction as we go forward? Do you have an idea when we look at, say, 2027 budget, like how much it's going to reduce, or not quite yet?
Through the chair to Councillor, I almost called her McFadden. There we go. We're getting rid of
It's just static, just call me McFadden.
Councillor Fideko. Whew. Anyways, I do have the information in the existing contracts that we have. I'd be happy to take that away and supply it to council.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly not part of necessary budget, but if it comes back at some point, I'd be curious to just see the reduction of what it's gonna look like.
Back to the real, Counselor.
I'll take that as a title. I have an alternate revenue source for us. Instead of a swear jar, I think we'll put every time you get Fideko and McFadden messed up, somebody has to put $1 in. Right?
My apologies.
All right.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Awesome. To close, I want to bring it back to the same themes we used on Monday. These budgets are not just about next year's rates. They're about managing risk, protecting our debt capacity, and funding long-lived infrastructure in a way that is fair to both today's residents and the future ones. Today, we walk through the significant operating changes and the major capital programs behind the numbers, from fire flow improvements and cathodic protection to wastewater pipeline risk management to stormwater planning and EPR-funded reserves for our future eco center expansion. Even with the investments we're making, Cochrane's combined utility bill remains in the lower half of regional customers, and we're using new revenue, especially from growth and EPR, in very targeted way to strengthen reserves instead of chasing short-term relief. That concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions council has.
Any further questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could suggest perhaps a bit of a 10 or 15-minute break just for council and the room, and then we'll be able to get into capital projects.
Okay, let's do 15, 10:05. Thank you. Please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We're going to be going through the capital budget. There are no slides for this. It's mainly going to be going through the booklet that you would, I hopefully have in front of you. I'll give you a rundown of how we're going to do this. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an introduction. I'm going to go through the first few pages at a bit of a high level, answer any general questions on the capital budget, and then what we're going to do is go page by page through each project. On each page, what we'll do is, I'm not going to go into great detail unless I have something to add. I'll ask if council would like a more in-depth explanation, or if there's any questions. If not, we'll move on to the next page. Just for the sake of time for that, I don't want to belabor it for you. So to start, I just want to point out, so we went through the process of the capital budget on Monday, but I wanted to start by explaining that while we spoke yesterday that a lot of members of my team deliver many of these projects, or several of these projects, many of these projects are delivered by other departments at the town. Many of the directors here as well participate them and lead them. So as we go through individual projects, directors responsible may come up to address specific questions where I may not be able to fill it in for you. So I'm going to jump to page 154, and what you'll notice, the things I want to highlight for you is currently in the 5-year capital plan that you have in front of you is $193.5 million of projected spending. What we're going to talk about today is primarily the 2026 capital budget. If there are any questions of the projections beyond that, I'm happy to speak to it. Closer to the end of the presentation might be a good time, or as we get through the projects. The 2026 capital plan is funded as shown below. You can see the mixture of items that are funding that, and in each project it identifies where the funding is coming from. So happy to have that conversation as we go through there as well. You can see on page 155 the capital summary spending by category in each year over the next 5 years and the total spend. This being my first capital budget with you, I can tell certainly this year and next year, following the theme of yesterday, we've certainly tried to slow down the pace so that we can keep up and deliver good projects, and that's been the focus of the capital budget specifically for this year.
You on 155?
155, yes.
And for questions, do you want to just want me to just interrupt you, or
Please,
for breaks?
yeah, please, that would be happy to.
So the roads, we have it dropping off to 0 at 2030, and I feel that as the community grows, we will need more. There is a transportation master plan baked into the budget. Is that going to be discussed in this capital section, or has it already been covered through our operations?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The transportation master plan is covered in the operational budget. I'm happy to, I understand there's a lot of questions, and I'm happy to go through that in a little bit more detail if we'd like at the end of the presentation.
End of the presentation?
End of the projects for this year, yeah, that would be good. So with that, again, not going through the projections, I think it would be best at this time to start on page 162 with the individual projects. I'll wait for everyone to get there before I start. Uh, 162 in your budget book, I believe. Feel like I'm a teacher. So the first project we have is with regards to transit infrastructure. I would just ask if council would like a more detailed explanation of this.
Councillor Federico?
Yeah, can you kind of go through them? I mean, just in timing of when we got the budget, it'd be helpful just to kind of recap stuff for us. At least it would be for me.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. I'll call upon Mac Knox to join me here while I explain this, just so if we get into more detail, he can certainly fill that in. So as you can note in the project description.
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I think it might be best for me not to fumble through this and hand it over to Mr. Knox to give he has a very detailed understanding of this, and I'm going to hand it to him.
Perfect. Council, just before Matt starts, as we go through these, there are a number of different directors who are involved in the project, so Adam will be inviting people up throughout the process.
Great.
Awesome. Excited to be back for transit. Let's chat. So you might have seen in the capital books, there are two specific ones for transit, one around our infrastructure and one around our fleet life cycling. If you remember, I had come back, I think I was presenting to council, maybe it was Q2 of this year, around the Rural Transit Solutions Fund, which is a grant specifically where the federal government will take the larger portion of a lot of these funds. So these two capital projects, I really just want to stress that as they're proposed today are if specifically we receive that funding, that's when we would look at proceeding. If there were to be any changes in the amount awarded, say it was less or not awarded, we would have to come back with a different plan associated with these. I have already started working with our transit program lead on what that could look like if we were to not receive this. We're starting with that kind of plan B. How do we appropriately start these items? Regarding the transit infrastructure, this is really around ongoing annual maintenance, planning, design, and purchase and installation of our transit infrastructure. Of note, a lot of this is the major components, just around, give you some context, around 45 different bus stops and the costs associated with creating pads, poles, signage, benches, shelters, all of the things that are required in those spaces, and the amenities really to create a safe and accessible perspective. The other notes that are interested in this would be around computer-aided dispatch, automatic vehicle location system. So again, this allows us to actually know when the bus is coming. So you would have seen our schedules right now of estimated time we're arriving at each stop, but every time a train goes through town, you know that doesn't necessarily fully match. So this would allow our citizens to really know when is the bus actually coming and having more of that information. It's also about bringing some of those capabilities into our own assets. What's common for a lot of other municipalities, they lease out everything. So in terms of even their buses and things like that, they don't own them. Through us having the ability to own our assets, similar to how we own our buses, we're more in control of those predictable costs and making it more of a discretion versus a every year contract comes up, here's the new rate, that sort of thing. The other thing that is really important out of this one specifically is planning, design, and construction of a transit-only road connection. I talked about this a little bit, Councillor Singh, when we had discussed being able to service Heartland and Heritage Hills in one route. Well, we would need this critical infrastructure to allow us to do that. We would also need the CP Rail to sign off on us doing it. So there's a bit of a, this doesn't move forward unless we see the grant moving forward and that approval in those spaces. So we did put it in because we could start as early as next year, and you'll see that it's broken over the next few years. We would prioritize it based off of where it's needed most. So again, when I say 45 bus stops, it's not 45 in the first year or anything like that. It's very much so a staggered approach based off of a response. And just to highlight that again, this is all reliant on the Rural Transit Solutions Fund grant. This proposal as it stands, we've contacted them. They've started awarding a few communities that let us know that they're continuing to do so over the next few months, but we haven't had an answer about whether we're expected to receive these funds or in what amount yet. Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Is that grant an annual kind of ongoing intake? Is it a one-time only that's focusing on transit right now on behalf of the federal government? Do we expect to be able to apply again?
Yes, so the Rural Transit Solutions Fund actually has many different streams. My understanding is that historically we weren't eligible for this particular fund, but ever since we developed our 5-year plan, that was a big key component of us being able to demonstrate it. The federal government has mentioned that they did want to see that we had some relation to housing. So again, this kind of that cascading effect of I think truly why these are in my portfolio. But my understanding is there hasn't been a further announcement for future funding, but I haven't been following the federal budget probably as closely as I should be. So my understanding is that if we weren't successful, yes, there would be other opportunities in the future, but no certainty in terms of us saying, oh no, you weren't considered for round one, we'll see you in round two, that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's not a new grant, it's been around historically, you expect it'll be around in the future?
Yeah, and I think my understanding is they may prioritize different things for different groups. So certain years it might be very specifically, they would be prioritizing fleet life cycling or something like that. But it might be under different names. It's quite typical for the federal government to support transit in rural communities, and we're considered rural under the federal guidelines.
Okay, and you said you're expecting an announcement anytime now, if we were successful?
Hopefully, you know, they didn't give us a timeline.
Sure.
So it is kind of we'll see, wait and see. I was hoping we would have had an answer by the time it was presenting today.
Okay.
But we're still uncertain. And just to reiterate, depending on what comes back, we would be coming back to council to have this discussion.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Federico?
Not related to the budget ask, but when new development comes on, can we have the developer cover bus stops or bus infrastructure as it go through the planning process? Could that be something that's put back on the actual developer?
So through the chair to Councillor Federico, that is something actually that we very much so have been looking to develop is accessible guidelines. Historically, we would ask the developer to follow one of the bylaws or a kind of policy we have. I can't remember if it's a bylaw. I think it's a policy around connecting Cochrane, that we need to have a bus stop within 400 meters. Adam is a part of those discussions and designs. Currently, I would say it doesn't allow us to truly plan for what the shift is in the future. What I'd rather see us do inside of our policies, and again, I think this would require a council endorsement, is that developers would pay into like a reserve in lieu of providing it in that space. Because if they're following, for example, Calgary's design standards, they're building for 50, a bus of 50, concrete paths, things like that, and we don't need that in our community, certainly not anytime soon. So there is a bit of that, but I'd really like to, and I mean, it's part of our plan to develop accessible guidelines that would then inform that. So planning would be able to say, hey, we want you to follow Cochrane's policy, not Calgary's or a policy that's really, I would say, loose at the moment. I don't know if there's a comment related to that.
Yeah, just to supplement Mr. Knox's comments, I think, through our planning process, we've tried to make communities transit ready. However, that's just in high-level planning. I think what you're saying is, what are the next steps? And I think that's what Mr. Knox is saying, and working with our developers, whether it's a reserve fund or something more substantial, I think would be beneficial.
Yeah, almost like depending on how big the neighborhood or community would be, maybe it's a ratio of that, and then it gets put into a reserve, because I see what you're saying. You're not gonna build it and then all of a sudden the need shifts, but at least having them be responsible for that infrastructure when they're built, then we can start to add it in.
And through the chair to Council Federico, historically we have precedence with that. We have I can't remember who the developer was, but we have a reserve in, I think, Heartland, where a developer, in lieu of building a bus stop, had given us cash for that. And it allows us to have the flexibility of, once we truly know, is this a fixed route? Is this on request? What are we going to do in terms of that space? So, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
So my question is about the accessible pedestrian pathways, and it'll be ramps made for people with wheelchairs or with a stick, or for seniors?
So through the chair to Councillor Singh, yes, that is a big part of it. Again, I think I had mentioned historically that some of our bus stops as they stand are a pole in the ground, and there's some treacherous spaces, I won't lie, in terms of if there's snow, there's ice, and really both through creating a more accessible transit system, but also our age-friendly. That idea of being able to safely, not just if you're in a wheelchair, but to access it for anyone. How are we ensuring that it's safe and you can sit and wait if you need to?
Sure. And the follow-up question is, when you're putting up the signage, are you physically putting the times of the buses that bus A comes at 7:15, 8:15, 9:15, kind of that?
So through the chair to Councillor Singh, at the moment, no. I think that is something we could explore in the future, certainly if citizens are asking for that. We have been working with communications to create like a one-pager that really demonstrates that breakdown of on Monday, here's the estimated time the buses are arriving. Our transit program lead, Adam, is working with communications and the customer service rep team, because we do see a lot of folks who want to have that an actual like printout. So people have been asking for it at the station. We're also chatting about the possibility of having like up on a TV, like sort of thing down at the station. So anyone who's coming, because the station really is our connector to all of our fixed routes in our on request system. So if you are new to town or haven't had the ability to get that, you're able to see in one space all of that, kind of where do we head, where do we go, and at what time. So we're definitely looking at that as a major improvement for our community.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I don't have any particular questions around the transit. Just questions around the capital pieces as a whole. I see each project has been broken out into required, essential, and discretionary. What is the difference between required and essential?
That's a great question. I would really appreciate if
Yeah.
Mr. Hyman could address that for me.
Yeah, so there is, I'm going to do my best. It's been some time since we helped define this, but required is something that is absolutely necessary for us to proceed. So it's either contractually, and then essential is something that we really, and I'm not giving a very good answer. Can you leave this with me?
Sure. Now, I was reading them as required and essential seemed interchangeable, and we should do both of them. And so I was really reading the whole budget as required and essential were, make those decisions.
Mr.
for
Leem
consumers.
actually can help me,
Oh,
which I
excellent.
very much appreciate.
I'm going to read word for word the description of the three categories. So essential are mandatory infrastructure investments to ensure safety, meet regulatory requirements, and or legal agreements. Required, these are projects that are necessary. Non-critical infrastructure investments to maintain existing level service. And discretionary are desirable infrastructure investments to advance the town's strategic objectives and or delivery of new or improved level of service.
Okay, so interpreting then, essential is a 1, required is 2, discretionary is 3.
Sorry.
Essential would be ranking priority 1, required is priority 2, discretionary is 3, okay.
Correct.
And then my next question on this, I know in the fall there was a desire to put a technical study for the proposed Twin Arena in the Cochrane Heights. And maybe I just didn't see it in my review of the capital. Is it a separate capital project, or where would I find that?
We'll have an opportunity for Ms. Ambrose to address that, but it is in the budget. But certainly, are you looking for that answer right now?
Should we maybe stick to transit for now?
Well, and that's where I was, Mr. Mayor, respectfully, I was going to say, with Councillor Wilson out of the room, if we could do both the page 162 and 174 with Matt at the front as well, would be beneficial, and then Councillor Wilson isn't coming back and forth out of the room. So, and then Councillor McFadden, we're happy to get that other answer from Ms. Ambrose as well.
Thank you.
And I did have a question about transit. I heard you mention there's some improvements being done to our on-demand service in addition to our fixed route services. What portion of this budgetary request is for the on-demand service?
So to the chair, so when I say that, I mean more around where our stops are. So if you were to look at our neighborhoods that are currently having their need met through our on-request system, it's considering those stops as well. So a lot of them have been temporary stops. I wouldn't, off the top of my head, know which percentage of our stops are fixed route versus on request at the moment. I could get that information if you're curious. Adam built for us a prioritized lists of which ones we would do first and which ones we know are like, they're not going to change. This is very clear. Like, for example, the SLS, we know we're not going to be changing that anytime soon, so we can invest in more, a stronger infrastructure there. Whereas, you might see something changing in Glen Eagles where we see a very reduced number of users utilizing the bus in that space.
Okay, and I don't need the information right now. Just the reason I bring it up, if I think that council may be of the mind that the future of transit in Cochrane is mostly fixed route. So I just want to make sure we're not spending a whole bunch of money to keep making incremental, marginal improvements to the on-demand when ultimately we're going to be phasing it out in the long run.
Yeah, and to the chair, I think that's a great distinction and question. Truly, we're looking for, long term. I truly think, as council's vision there too, of saying that we're primarily fixed route. I would see us being fixed route and on request being a supplemental when we're talking about either surges in capacity or specifically for our paratransit individuals in wheelchairs. What could we, that our current fixed route system might not meet their needs of. And I'll give you an example. There's a member in our community who, the bus stop is at the top of the hill and they're a wheelchair user at the bottom of the hill. And, from the perspective of our current system, they're within our acceptable 400 meters and things like that, but they're a regular user. It doesn't work for them. And I would love to see us have the ability to support individuals like that with something that isn't a full new system or above and beyond costly or something like that. So ensuring that it's flexible. But back to your question in that perspective, no, we would not be investing in on request further. And I'm maybe jumping a little bit ahead into the fleet life cycling, but to give you an example of the when we're looking at the different kind of buses we could look at. We'd be looking at getting 6 gas of the minibuses, the 21 seaters, and then we'd be looking at more around vans for the on-request system. So not investing in something that is as costly, but having the ability to do like accessible vans or something that is long-term focused for that ability to be something supplemental like that versus investing in 2 separate systems.
Okay, well, let's try to get to the fleet conversation, but council, before we go there, are there any changes, amendments, nothing arising from this conversation on transit? Okay, fleet, please. Page 174.
Yeah, page 174. Perfect. So as mentioned, again, this is another grant application through the Rural Transit Solutions Fund. Same idea, same project, or same concept that this one only moves forward as is if we're successful with that. If not, again, we're coming back and having a different type of discussion. And regardless of what that looks like. This really is capturing the life cycling of our aging buses. They were initially purchased in 2020. And prioritization of these individual bus life cycling is primarily based on age, mileage of the buses, with some consideration around, industry standards, vehicle condition, and what we're starting to see around maintenance costs. So some of our buses have a much higher kilometers than some of the other ones, and so these are considerations of how do we year over year, life cycle out those buses first. So we're not seeing this large increase in our contract and maintenance services. So if you remember in our operating costs, we had a major increase to prepare for the idea that we might have to have those maintenance costs. If we were able to start life cycling our buses, we'd probably see that offset quite easily. I think the other part that I mentioned early is part of this is really ensuring that we're getting the right buses for our community. I think when we purchased the 21 seaters historically, we weren't really sure where we were headed or what that looked like. And from that perspective, I think that's where you see individuals saying, you know, I saw one of these 21 seater buses with one person, two people, that sort of thing. And so part of that would be for us to have the vans with accessibility. So it's actually more catered to the users. So for example, our on-request system maxes out at around 5 users an hour. You would see that as the capability being served in a van versus the 21 buses. So.
Okay. Councillor McFadden?
Regarding your transit fleet life cycling, how many buses do we have total? And then what's the goal? How many are we looking to cycle out on an annual basis?
So through the chair to Councillor McFadden, so right now we currently have 8 buses that are the 21 seater minibuses. We'd be looking at keeping 6. So the idea being that you have at least 3 for your fixed routes. And it allows us to cycle off our buses in terms of if there's refueling or a maintenance issue or things like that, that we're able to maintain our levels of service. What I'd really want to avoid is in a situation of, say, you know, 2 of our buses go down and suddenly we can't provide our service anymore. So that allows us to make sure that that's covered. If I remember correctly, going to 6 was the idea that the possibility of introducing a 4th route by the end of 2028, which would, again, but depending on council's discretion, and we could change this. I think, you know, as we move from 26 to 27 to 28, we could decide, hey, we're not going to use this part of the grant or things like that. But the priority being mine, if I remember correctly, the breakdown is 3 in the first year, and then after that, 3 and 3. And the gas minivans are lower cost.
Okay. So what are we expected? Sorry, I think I'm just a little bit surprised that the life cycle of a Colt bus is only 5 to 6 years. I think I was thinking they would be longer.
So through the chair to Councillor McFadden, it can be. It was, to be honest, and really, I think, come back to the grant opportunity is ensuring that we're able to access these federal funds. Because typically, you know, this is something that for the fleet life cycling, we're paying either way. And so the idea, if we can start this process with a very sizable chunk of it through grant dollars, that's where we'd start. In all reality, these buses could continue for several years. I would see that expect that if we're not successful in this grant, we're probably at least starting with it 1 bus next year and looking for other opportunities for grants from there. But no, it could go longer. I mean, the reality is some of our buses are up at 300,000 kilometers just from the use and wear and tear. I think if I remember correctly, typical wear and tear for these buses can be anywhere from 5 to 8 years. So we could be extending that, but then we're also seeing the maintenance costs increase to keep them on the road.
Right. Okay. So then it is. What I'm hearing is this is a balance between there's a grant opportunity, which could get us ahead of the game. If we can get the grants, we'll proceed. If not, we'll probably have to have a rethink of strategy. One of my concerns, of course, is we're pulling 1.7 million out of reserves. If we don't have to, would be a flag for me. But yeah, overall, this makes sense to me, with the caveat depending on grants, so, which I understand is how all of this works.
100%. Yeah, and through the chair to McFadden, I think the piece that's important here is, as it stands, with this timeline and with grants, it's 1.7 from reserves. If it's not, we are looking at probably 4.9, not maybe in the next 3 years, but maybe in the next 5, 6 years. And so I think that's also relevant to that conversation of us looking at how do we start our reserves in transit to look into this.
All right, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Final question from me anyways. In terms of the life cycling and extending the life, is the mechanic position that we discussed yesterday somebody who would help specialize in maintaining these to the best of the ability, as opposed to sending it off to third-party shops?
Yeah, to the chair, I had a brief discussion with Shane and folks about this. I think, and maybe Shane, feel free to jump in here. As it stands, my understanding of that position was truly just for our own fleet. They would be able to provide us with maybe some knowledge and understanding of how do we better predict those costs. Life cycling our buses at the moment and the maintenance associated with them, I don't think warrants a full position. And I think it would require us to see an increase in hours to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Through the chair to the mayor. You're exactly right. The proposed mechanic position is at this point being utilized for our internal vehicles and equipment, not the buses. We don't maintain the buses with our existing mechanic, and the second mechanic, we're not thinking we're going to be cascading to that area.
So there's no way in doubling our mechanic capacity that we'd be able to start trying to work on our own transit fleet?
There is an option that we could bring forward for additional mechanics to offset the maintenance that's happening elsewhere. We don't coordinate the maintenance of the transit equipment at this time, even through the fleet department. That's done, I believe, through Southland. So pulling that, I'm seeing a lot of nods. So pulling that, I'd need to see the contract, what we've agreed to, before we could commit to doing that work in-house as well.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't realize that it was explicitly falling on Southland to maintain them.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, through the chair, as it stands, Southland does all of our maintenance, and we receive the reports on it pretty regularly. So part of that, I think, is, if we have advice on, hey, this is where we're headed and what that looks like. But it is pretty extensive what it takes to keep those buses running.
Great, thank you. Any further conversation? Seeing none, I think that's it for transit. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to, I believe,
Page
page 164, when Councillor Wilson returns. Before we dive any further, we had a quick conversation that was relevant to you about the ranking. Things are listed as essential, required, or discretionary. Essential is priority 1, required is rank 2, and discretionary is rank 3. Oh, okay, all right, perfect. On top of it. All right, carry it away, or carry on.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we can continue if there's a more detailed explanation for Fifth Avenue offsite servicing or any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Singh?
So, what is the timeline for this project? And are we just doing the study for $754,000, or there will be some time of work or whatever?
Through the mayor to Councillor Singh, timeline for this is the intention is to start design this year. So the budget that you have in front of you is a completion of design in 2026 with expected construction in 2027. This will overlap with some of the other capital projects that are focused on fire flow improvements that Mr. Tooth brought up, which are also in the capital budget as well.
So just a study, no actual?
No boots on the ground, no excavation. You won't see any activity on the ground aside from possibly surveying or things of that nature, but primarily this year is preparing the design. What you're seeing in 2027 is our current projection of the budget, but this kind of reflects our strategy with capital projects, especially as you can imagine, we have a lot of unknowns. The goal this year is to get to get design completed, get all the background work and the design done, and then do an estimate based on the actual design. This is based on a concept of what we would do today. There's contingency applied to this. We would be able to tighten that contingency for the budget ask for 2027.
And this will be work in conjunction with fire flow system or whatever studies we're doing in the downtown core, or?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McFadden?
So this project, once completed, is this kind of the final step that is going to allow for full development of the Fifth Avenue site, the Lions Rodeo Ground site?
Through the mayor to Councillor McFadden. That will be a consideration. I think there's some other I don't know that we know what the full picture of that site looks like as of yet, but that will be a consideration. The site needs to be considered for some of the infrastructure and improvements that would come as part of this project as well, and that would make up part of that conversation throughout the following year.
Okay, so at the end of this will be part of the solution that is going to allow us to redevelop that site, not the complete solution to redevelop that site from a servicing level.
Without knowing the full build out of that site, it'd be very difficult for us to have a full understanding of what
Mr. Sulo is 100% correct. Like, we don't have a full picture of what's proposed on the Fifth Avenue site at this point. And I would share for council's benefit as well, with the stormwater outlet for Railway Avenue, for those members of council who've been on for a number of years. We did the improvements on Railway, and now having that stormwater system have an outlet is critical, but then the fire flow, as Councillor Singh outlined, those are two critical objectives. I think this is a really important project.
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Mr. Heineman was saying there, that the reason that we're doing this project, and I would have preferred to defer this project just due to workload. The reason that we're doing this is primarily due to the lack of a stormwater outlet for Railway Ave, excuse me. Railway Ave was constructed, if I recall, well, I don't recall, from what people have told me, it was constructed at the time because of a significant grant funding that we had. And unfortunately, we did not complete the stormwater outlet. So it's currently using what I would describe as a deficient outlet, not meeting design standards. So we need to make sure that we address that. In addition, again, I don't have the utility master plan to have in front of you today. That when it does come in front of you, you will see that within our main pressure zone, which Fifth Avenue is a part of, we have concerns around fire flow that we need to address, and that's part of the Fifth Avenue project. That's why we decided to bring it forward for next year.
Okay. All right, thank you for that big picture. I support this project.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Excuse me. I assume this to be a life cycling of aging assets and not an expansion chargeable to OSLs once it's planned?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, yes, you'd be correct in that. I would say that the improvements that we are making to the water mains or around fire flow were deficient, not necessarily due to demand, but due to the sizing and the way that our system is developed. So no offsite levy.
And therefore not offsite levy.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to get clarity on this project, this is not about development of the Fifth Avenue site. It's for stormwater and fire pressure?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. It's to address the stormwater outlet, the fire flow, but obviously the road improvement will be done. It'll obviously be a full road reconstruction, but the main focus of these are those two items.
And what is the final outcome of the road reconstruction?
The road reconstruction on Fifth Avenue?
Yeah.
Final outcome would be the improvements to that infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah, and my only comment, we've already made the investment in Railway Ave, and we do not have that outlet, so that alone would be an important project, but then put fire flow and community safety under that. That makes this a very important project from administration's perspective.
Okay.
So with that, we'll move on to page
Sorry,
one.
Councillor Singh is
Apologies.
looking for a question.
So my question is, do we know that how many studies we need to get a better picture of whatever we need in this town kind of thing? Or would that include in the utility plan, stormwater, wastewater, water? So we have a big kind of a white paper or something being put out to the public, hey, this is the studies we need in next 2 years, 3 years. This would be our plan, easily understandable by the public, and this is the money we need. Because I'm sure this study, it's gonna disrupt road improvements, this and that, business gonna be affected, people gonna be affected. But if we have something concrete, a summary of the studies, these are the studies we needed for this purpose. This is the timeline so that everybody is kind of aware. I'm not saying that it's put out, or maybe I'm jumping the gun, but something concrete, summary page, easy to understand, please.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Singh. This is a really great conversation, and it's certainly something I've heard the last few days about the idea of trying to understand the hierarchy for infrastructure planning. I think I could speak to you for an hour about this. I don't think this is necessarily the time that you'd want me to do that, but I'm happy to bring that conversation forward. And I think I have to have these discussions with my colleagues. I've also heard concerns about the costs that might be facing this, and I don't want to jump the gun, for lack of a better way of putting it, to how I would present this to you. Certainly, just to give you a very high level today, to get more into detail in the new year, if you start at let's call it, we start at a master plan level, so stormwater master plan, transportation master plan, utilities, rec, everything. What that does is give you a high level understanding of your system, whatever system it may be today, and where you need to focus your efforts. It will give you a very high level understanding at a conceptual level of maybe what you should be doing. From there, what we do is we take individual issues inside of those large master plans and we do a more detailed study. So for example, within the utility master plan, we identified some concerns around specifically fire flow in the main pressure zone, and that's somewhat covered in detail in there. But the spending that we're doing now is getting really down into the weeds and deciding exactly what we're going to do. We have a high level understanding, but we really need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So if you can call it, we're up here, we zone in, and then from there we identify very specific individual projects like Fifth Ave, which we're pulling ahead in this process faster than maybe I normally would like. And then from there we would implement those projects. Does that help for today? And then certainly I'm very happy to come back with a high level overview of infrastructure planning.
Yes, and if I could jump in before turning over to Councillor Wilson, what I've really been trying to drive, and will continue to try to drive, is I believe the task of getting that full list and pricing it all out and really getting our heads around it, that is the work of all of 2026. And I want to be here 12 months from now with a firm understanding of what all we need, how much it's going to cost, and then we spend the next 3 years figuring out how we actually do it.
Just two items. Certainly with Councillor Singh's comments, I heard something very specific about how it's going to be communicated with the community. And so I think that's really important. But with our communications group and the enhancements that we're doing in that, whether it's through Glenn Patrick, I think is an example, and building on that experience. But then the efforts that Mr. Sulo and his team are going to have a defined way, as he explained and went through the process and outlined that for you, that not only builds trust and confidence in the work we're doing within the community, but becomes a consistent application of a process to get the best outcomes in our community at the best price. And I think that's ultimately what Council's driving towards as well.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really important conversation, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. That is our top priority to dig into as a council moving forward, and thanks for the question. Paul, when I'm looking, just to save me turning my light on with every single capital item, can we identify anything that is off-site leviable as we go through here? I see that you do have a funding source off-site levy category here, but it looks like a lot of these are like this, which is simply a servicing planning capital project, and obviously that's not leviable until we get the planning done. So it'll save me putting my light on for every single item to know if it's life cycling or off-site levy.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, most definitely, I will identify that when we get to that page. You'll notice in the pie chart there are not that are off-site, a lot that are off-site leviable. There were some past projects and there were some that were added to the most recent off-site levy update. I would say to you that, again, through the working with Mr. Tooth, we're working through some of those specifically and the timing of those, and that's why you're not necessarily seeing them in this year's budget.
Okay, let's continue, but I would say, I'm guessing, based on the way the conversation is going, we're gonna have a conversation about our meeting time expectations and calendar before lunch, given that we want to dive into everything, but please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll move on to page 166, which is fire flow improvements. Given the thrust of the previous conversation, I'll just give a very quick overview. It's effectively what I had said before. This is focusing on our main pressure zone, the fire flow concerns that we're having in that area. And this is effectively, you're seeing some projects listed in the description that make up part of the future spending that will happen on this. This is the investigation to make sure we get that strategy correct before we come forward with those budget asks.
Mr. Sulo, I was just wondering, quick question. Can we use the term main pressure zone just for council and kind of articulating what that represents, I think would be beneficial.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Hyman. Main pressure zone includes, oh, I'm gonna butcher this pretty badly if I'm not careful. Pretty much our entire, if you think of our entire downtown core along the 1A on the north side and the south side, how far south does that go? It goes south of the river, doesn't it? Everything that's in the valley, if you will, yeah. And then there's a portion to the west of 22, correct? I'm trying to remember the communities that are part of that. West Valley, yeah, yeah. Heartland as well. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, I just want to be careful. We often administratively, we talk about these things just for you as well as people watching. Everybody's not going to understand what main pressure zone is, so we'll take the time to just share that.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. And just to elaborate, the main pressure zone is our largest pressure zone in the community, and there's a very, I don't want to say unique situation with our water treatment plant. We do not currently have a clear well at our water treatment plant, meaning that as we treat water, we're pumping it straight into the system. And while we have storage in the main pressure zone, it obviously is something that I think we would certainly like to have in that scenario. Would help us offset, just put some strain on our operations. So part of this fire flow improvements is to seek not necessarily clear well storage, but more opportunities for storage. And there are other projects you will see as we get further along that relate to that.
Could I jump in with a question? There's just like a pretty significant investment here to maintain fire flow pressure in what sounds like a lot of historic communities. Why is that? Has there been a change in the regulatory standard? Has the evolution of our water system meant that there's not enough pressure?
Again, a very long conversation we could get into. I would say that in a number of communities that are likely deficient in fire flow, there's also something called fire underwriter survey that dictates what the fire flow we require. So when I say fire flow, what this means is we try to achieve through our water system. So we have something called average daily demand, which I think many of you are familiar with that we see in our water system. We also have something called max day and peak. So max day is something that we consider with fire flow. So what we have to accomplish is a max day max day supply of water for usage, for potable usage for everybody, and then plus 3 hours of fire flow at certain rates. And if you ever, I don't have the charts with me, and this is probably a conversation for a later day, and it might come up in the utility master plan. What you see is that fire flow represents the majority of the flow in the water main during those scenarios. And generally speaking, I can't speak to the engineers that were designing these systems back then, but I can tell you that these standards have changed over time. And sometimes, again, I can't speculate what this community was doing. A number of other communities don't necessarily take this into consideration. And I'm from a more rural part of the country where you're not required to provide fire flow necessarily, so you end up with much smaller water mains as a result. So I can't reflect on the original design of the system and the intent behind it, but it's likely that it was deficient all along.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Should I wait for the end, the question, all questions, or go as?
I think since we're having questions about fire flow now, go on, but if it's about a totally different topic.
No, I'll go. So Cochrane Heights fire flow improvements. Just wanted to know, what do you mean by the redevelopment and who will pay in future if we do it now?
Sorry, page 166. Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Singh. Yeah, so Cochrane Heights, again, trying to keep my memory straight here, I believe what I had spoken about yesterday was the idea of redevelopment. So another one of the pressures that we face, and we had spoken about this yesterday around the master plans, is for redevelopment. So we're seeing intensification of development within the older parts of our community, specifically the downtown East End. I believe that's Cochrane Heights as well. So what we're seeing is what we're seeing happen in Canada right now. We're seeing single family homes become townhouses, sometimes larger developments than that. And the fire flow requirements that come along with that are higher than you would for residential. So that's a consideration that we have to take into account. And forgive me, but just to go to the offsite levy conversation for this as well, and it's also relevant to what Mr. Tooth was saying, this is a conversation from a redevelopment levy, and this is what we talked about, and Mark spoke about this yesterday as well, the downtown redevelopment plan, you know, certainly in the long run, a lot of our infrastructure like this has to be improved to support that redevelopment and intensification. And I again, hate jumping the gun, but eventually that does mean area-specific levies addressing that in the future. Does that help the question?
Yeah, thank you.
So sorry. So does that mean that we're making this investment in anticipation of redevelopment, infill development that has not yet been approved?
Thank you, Mayor. I would say the short answer is yes. The long answer is there is a number, as you can see the spend on here, there are a very long list of items that are within this, and we will also identify similar types of investments required on stormwater master plan and the transportation master plan that are resulting from this intensification. So I would say we're going to figure that out, and we're going to be smart about our spending to support redevelopment and making sure that we have the policies in place to support that and fund that. If that answers, I hope that answers what you're asking.
Yes. My question though then arises, why are we doing that? Because I think when Cochrane's Envision 2050 plan, we removed a stated goal of infill development and intensification. It hasn't actually been approved, has it? This policy? If we're increasing our fire flow capacity to accommodate intensification and redevelopment, shouldn't we decide whether or not we want to do intensification and redevelopment first?
Through the mayor, Mr. Hyman, if you would mind jumping in regarding the vision and the redevelopment in the inner city.
There was, from my recollection, there was that infill policy, council did make that change that you're referencing. However, again, I think through this, we're looking to just improve the fire flow capacity for the community initially. And there's also I think the desire that council expressed, you know, the density gradient that council previously talked about, that over the long term to look at that. So again, I think this is something that we're going to have to work through with council.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I want to be careful that we're not spending $7 million to support a policy that hasn't yet been approved. Because I'm sitting here looking at $7 million, wondering, what if we just didn't do that? Does that mean our buildings are going to burn down downtown, or does it mean we're just spending $7 million to be extra safe about our pressure?
So, Mayor, if I'm going to respond to that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Tooth regarding Cochrane Heights specifically. You'll have to forgive me. I think we're a little over the handlebars already, is what I would say to you, in a sense.
Okay.
So, in a sense, we are in a position that we need to address this now.
Okay.
Part of this consideration will be, we need to consider what the future looks like as well. But I would say to you that we're already deficient in the system.
Okay.
So we need to look at this now. And we specifically, while we're doing that, it's prudent to understand what the future could look like as well. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Tooth to speak to Cochrane Heights specifically. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So did you feel the need to weigh in before? Okay.
So I'm just going to build on what Adam's been saying here. He didn't have the good fortune of being here through some of the work that we did up in Cochrane Heights, taking a look at the area. So Cochrane Heights is currently deficient for fire flow based on the structures that we have there. I want to come out and say that very openly. So what Adam was talking about with fire underwriter survey inspections, what we do is there's a specific analysis you have to go through for properties, depending on structure type, whether or not they have fire protection inside, the materials that the building is made of. So there's a detailed survey that you go through to figure out what the fire fighting requirements are for each property. And according to those surveys, that's how we determine the fire flow that we require to protect the structures. And so in Cochrane Heights, we're currently deficient to protect the high school and the rink that's up there. I want to come out and say that very openly.
Okay. I think Councillor McFadden had her laid on first.
And then I thought about it 6 times. Yeah, so I support this one, I think, because it's like the Griffin Industrial, Allspan Buildings, Bow Street Loop, and Cochrane Heights. And I mean, that's one of our oldest neighborhoods. And even if we wanted to bring the redevelopment conversation into it, a lot of those homes up there are getting just end of life, whether it's intensifying or not. There is going to be redevelopment there that we need to prepare for, but I really do appreciate your clarity that it's already deficient for the current intensity regardless of whatever we might do after that. So thanks you for the clarity on that. I certainly understood where Mayor Nagel was going, but I appreciate the clarity.
Yeah, this, if I can, this is the start of the process, and then certainly as we're implementing Envision 2050, we will be bringing other initiatives forward and certainly working with council on community development initiatives, so.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
I think to improve the infrastructure is very critical, like Cochrane High, like it's a high school, one way in, one way out. But I also want to echo Councillor Wilson's point in there that if there's an intensification or densification in 5 years, 10 years, that cost shouldn't be borne by the residents of Cochrane itself. Those costs should be supplemented to the development, whoever comes in there, because yes, to improve that infrastructure, critical, very critical, because it takes lots of pressure, water to whatever. But is there things we can, I'm sure, policy procedures we can build in so that we can utilize in the next future to charge the people who are intensifying or whatever like looks like in there?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Singh, yes, that would be correct. The offsite levy is very broad across the entire community. What we'd be looking at is an area-specific redevelopment levy, but that is part of the redevelopment planning that would have to happen through the master planning. And the master planning, and I think this is what Mr. Krasinski spoke about yesterday, the idea of these are parallel processes. Our planning services needs to identify to us what that intensification looks like. We then, through the planning, identify the costs associated with that intensification, and we can break that out to understand the costs specific to that intensification, and then that comes forward as a separate, that could come forward as a separate development levy specific to an area that would be entirely separate from the offsite levy.
Anything else? I saw your hand. Councillor Federico.
I imagine that this could also be considered an insurance risk at any point, or an insurance cost or something like that, not only for homeowners, but especially in those specific areas, but also for the two big buildings up there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Federico, yes and no is what I would say to this. I would tell you through my experience, there are a number of communities that are deficient in this. I would tell you the difference is, and this is a positive, and I've said this to administration as well, we know and we're addressing it, and that's the most positive thing I can say about this. So we're taking steps to address this. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to speak to the insurance side of things, of course, but I would say to you it's a very, very much a positive thing that we're addressing this, and we know about it. So
Yeah, fair enough, because I imagine that if something burnt down and somebody determines that we knew and then we were negligent on not fixing it, that's where the legal risk would come in. I'm assuming.
Mayor Nagel, through Mayor Nagel to Councillor Federico, again, I would be hazard to answer that.
Yeah, I would suggest that this gets a little outside of our scope of expertise, so I'd recommend that, and I appreciate the comments. It's something that, as Mr. Sulo said, we're working to address. That's the step forward, but once we get into the legal aspects, I would defer to Ms. Robertson or our solicitors.
Okay, and last thing I'd say is I'm glad Councillor Singh brought up the growth piece there, because that's where my mind was going, is that if we were doing this to pay for new apartment buildings to be built, then the growth should be paying for it. But so it sounds like that's not what's happening. This is mostly about meeting standards, but the growth is just an extra consideration. You had something else?
Just want to clarify the point, yes. So my intention right now is not that we're going to intensify, but I'm just saying that citizens should not be hooked up to that point. So we are fixing the current need, but if there's ever in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years growth, so they should pay their fair share.
Okay, thank you. And I know we have a lot of things to discuss, but there is, it's a $7 million conversation, and don't want time to rush us to make decisions we're not comfortable with. So with that being said, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. We will turn over to page 168, Pathway Connection, Big Hill Creek, Highway 1A22 interchange. Just to give some color to this, not to spend much time on it, this is the pathway connection that is currently being terminated by the province within the CP right-of-way. We'll be attaching to it, crossing Big Hill Creek and connecting it to the Glenbow pathway system as well. I just want to highlight for you that currently the pathway will be completed by Elliston this year. It'll be turned over to us this year. The only struggle that we have right now and with the schedule of this is that pathway will be dead ending in the CP right of way and going into the grass, which is an unfortunate situation we have right now. There are a number of approvals that need to be undertaken for this because of the work we're doing in and around Big Hill Creek and respecting, I can list them off if anyone would like, but there are basically every water-based approval under the sun in Canada needs to be undertaken for this project. We need to have a very detailed plan of how we're going to address each of those, and it's very important. The coordination with CP Rail as part of that is also another complication with this. So the intention with this is to complete that work this year, move forward to construction in 2027. Again, the idea of having a very much more fulsome cost estimate that not that this is conceptual level, to have a very complete detailed design done to know that we're confident in the cost estimate we're bringing forward for 2027 as well.
Councillor Federico.
What was this originally, like, this is where it can get a little fuzzy, is like, what was this project initially funded as, and then now are we talking about additional amounts, or?
I can give just a little bit of the history here. So when the highway project was originally done, when you're coming from Heartland Heritage Hills, if you go out now, you can see the pathway being paved on the south side of, underneath the bridge, coming from the west, coming to the east. And then the pathway originally that the province had planned at the roundabout, that's the further under the bridge, and then to the east, as you're coming towards downtown, there was a crossing at the roundabout and then crossing the exit lane that comes up to the north. We felt that that was not a prudent decision to put our residents on the highway system. So we began working with CP Rail to get an easement within their right-of-way, so people could maintain and continue to be on the south side of the highway, not cross the highway, then go onto the CP rail lands for a couple hundred meters, but then we have to cross Big Hill Creek. This is what Mr. Sulo is talking about, getting the approvals. I've been working on this for a number of years, understanding that our project will be complete and it creates a gap in the system, but fundamentally we do not want people on the highway. I don't want somebody in a stroller crossing or with their child crossing the road and having somebody accelerate to go north on Highway 22. I just think it's dangerous, and that's where CP Rail was willing to work with us. Everything is essentially ready. We just need the approvals, the plan to get that bridge structure, and then it's going to tie into the greater system. Whether you go south into Glenbow, or excuse me, into on the Glenbow pathways, you go north into the ranch, or you'll also have the ability to go on the north side straight into downtown, because you probably all see the pathway that's just recently been paved. It's still closed, but that will be a main thoroughfare for people to get there. It's just providing this important connection. Mr. Sulo has been instrumental in reviewing the previous work that we've done, working with CP. We have to get those approvals in place. We've had a number of concerns from residents from an environmental task force in terms of the sediment and material that's gone into the creek. So we want to make sure we've got all the approvals in place and do this right. The only challenge is the timing. So hopefully that provides some context.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Singh.
So what is the current in 26, the path coming from Heritage Heartland going to the historic ranch? Like,
They won't have, there'll be a gap. They will not be able, we will, and this is where our communication is going to need to be critical, that we do not want people necessarily coming that way. We would rather have them, and I appreciate how, you know, members of council may go, well, that's, you're having a significant ask. For safety, we would rather have people go Horse Creek and go on the south side and head in, rather than get to the end of where this terminates and then try and cross the highway.
So are we closing the pathway, then the new dog park and the stormwater park there so that people can walk? Yeah, I've seen people walking on the highway, like, on the pathway. So,
Those are some of the details that we'll have to work through. Again, through the winter, again, and working with our parks team. But again, what we're talking about specifically is closing that connection and getting that work done.
Councillor Wilson?
This is a super important project. It's something that we've been talking about since I remember 2017 election. We were talking about Heritage and Heartland being completely disconnected by anyone other than in a vehicle from the rest of town. And fortunately, we did get a pedestrian crossing across at Heartland to partially connect that, but this is the more full connection that we've been seeking. My question is about funding, the usual question where it says $1.8 million from debt and $1.8 million from grants, reserves, which is the same. So where's the $1.8 million in grants coming from? I just didn't see that on here. And then I have the usual offsite levy question because we're directly connecting new growth that's being built right now. But I think you'll tell me because it's a pathway, it's not leviable. Is that the answer there? I gave you 3 questions. I can summarize again if you want. Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, so that was, the first question was, where's the grants coming from?
Correct.
Correct, and then the next question was, is it offsite leviable?
Correct.
And then what was the third question?
We'll just leave with those 2. No,
Okay.
yeah,
So the grant, I don't know if Mr. Leem could help me with this, where they're coming from specifically? Yeah.
The chair to Councillor Wilson, the grant that we are identifying for this project is the local government fiscal framework.
LGFF?
That is
Thank you.
correct.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and that could be spent, just out of curiosity, that can be spent in other areas too? It's discretionary spending on this project, LGFF? Because that's provincial dollars coming to support our infrastructure, if I understand that grant correctly?
That is correct. That grant can be used on a wide range of infrastructure projects.
Okay, but we chose to use it here as one place. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
To get to your next question around offsite levies, I'm not as perfectly alive to the legislation around this. I would say it's probably not. It's only recreation facilities. I don't know that it applies to necessarily things like pathways.
Roads, pathways, connections to new build communities can't be levied.
Highway connections to the new community, so this would likely fall outside of that.
Okay.
So,
Good thing for council to be aware of when we are approving new communities, that this is something that comes directly from our own funds then. Pathway connections, anyway, thank you.
Councillor Federico?
I think this was mentioned yesterday, but I think it would be really helpful in obviously next year's budget if it's LGFF funded to actually make that known, because it can become a little, you don't know if it's like a provincial federal grant that, it was a one-time deal, but when it's usually provincial funding, even if that amount changes, we generally are anticipating some sort of funding from the province under that. So I think it might just be great to separate that out. Because if it's a different, like an active living grant, then we can tell per project.
thank you, Councillor Federico. I appreciate that comment, and we've been having a conversation over here as this has proceeded and looking at different opportunities to do exactly that and really define, add some different elements to this moving forward. So continuous improvement is something we're always trying to do, and I think we've made steps in the budget process, but we can make additional ones.
Wayfinding installation?
Wayfinding installation, yes, on page 170. Would anyone like a description or have questions about this?
Councillor McFadden?
I think as everyone knows, I love trails and paths and getting around town, but to me, this doesn't feel like an essential one. This feels like more of a discretionary one for $1 million over 3 years. If anybody just wants to expand on that one for me and help me understand why it's so do or die.
Yep. Through the mayor to Councilor McFadden, I'm going to hand this over to Director Ambrose.
All right, through the chair to Councilor McFadden. So the essential was connected to the ATF grant that we had last year. So for this year, we can be moving that category into a required. We are hearing from the community that wayfinding is critical for them to get through the pathway systems and get around town. When there's new people or people who are just trying to get through the community, making sure that they understand what the rules are, how they can get to their destination. Those are the big pieces that we are hearing in engagement that they would like to see in parks development. So we have built it out as like a program where every year we're investing a little bit more, and building out that strategy of how we're going to do it so we're not creating sign blindness in the community as well.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ambrose, while you're up there, I don't mean to fire a bunch of questions myself, but I know through the community that there's lots of concern about cyclists on pathways and just safety. So are you able to comment on that as well?
Yeah, thank you for that. So part of the wayfinding is the rules piece. Council approved a new traffic bylaw, which includes the active transportation kind of side of it. That includes all of the requirements of when you are on the pathways. So the wayfinding will include the rules of, whether you're entering into a dog park, it's a multi-use space, or if there's different bylaws that pedestrians need to be aware of. This also includes the active transportation on roadways as well. So it's not just the pathway systems, it's the roadway systems to make sure that we're able to clearly articulate what the rules are for cyclists or pedestrians.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. I do appreciate it. One of the areas in town, I don't know if this would fit into it, but I hope we could throw up a sign anyhow. The off-leash park on the hill down by the trees, by the forest. I've noticed in that area, a lot of folks are treating the whole area along the river as off-leash. And there seem to be folks a little bit unclear that the off-leash is just in the fenced area. So if you could throw a sign up from your wayfinding installation on those and maybe help people understand the rules of the off-leash areas as well.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, those are some of the exact conversations that we're having. Through the strategy, we would identify where we're seeing the most conflict. And the two summer students that Mr. Juden mentioned yesterday, and our team will be working together to make sure that we are able to clearly articulate via signage, but also with municipal enforcement out in our parks as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Singh?
My question, Councillor McFadden stole it, but, so I'm understanding that we have to use the money or we can skip just wanted to.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, that's a great question. So last year, 2 years ago, we received Active Transportation Fund. And so that covered 155 wayfinding signage, the Glenbow Pathway project, and some other bike lane painting on the roads. We do have until next year to finish and complete the signage portion of that grant. So there is $100,000 that was allocated in the 2025 budget. So that's why I mentioned in 2025, this project was listed as essential. For 2026, this project could be moved to required. We just missed that when we were putting forward the budget of changing that. So for 2026, there's no funding that is connected to, no requirements for the ATF grant, I should say, that is connected to this budget.
So we can use this money somewhere else? Or
if council chooses, they could allocate the wayfinding budget somewhere else, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
I think I'm having the same thought process in my head. It's just trying to figure out what are the need to haves and what are the nice to haves. A big priority for me is accessibility. Obviously, I talk about it all the time. I see accessibility listed here in terms of what this will improve. Am I just defining that differently through my own very personal lens? Does this have to do with mobility-friendly kind of action we're taking in the community? Is there an age-friendly element to the wayfinding, or is that more connectivity that it's referring to?
Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, that's an excellent question. Through the age-friendly strategy, there have been multiple portions of it that are identified for signage throughout the community from an accessibility lens as well. And so those types of pieces we would be building into our design guidelines for the signs.
Okay.
And thinking about placement as well.
Okay.
All right, and I appreciate everybody flagging all that. I would also say that when it comes time to look at our total tax amount, if we need to find some additional money, this may be an interesting place to look. However, can we continue on to the next item? Cochrane Ranch Bridge replacement. Seems straightforward. Next. Transit fleet life cycling, we already covered. Next. Technology life cycling.
I believe it's fleet replacements on page
Oh.
175.
Sorry, I thought that was all
Nope,
transit.
this is separate from transit,
Okay.
Mayor.
175. Councillor Federico?
In this, the fleet replacement, it says 2 municipal enforcement patrol vehicles. Is that for the new potential hires, or is that fixing old vehicles? So we'd be looking at that. Right.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Federico, I'll hand this over to Mr. Hubble.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, the question, if I heard it correctly, are these to support the 2 new officers? Is that
Yes, because
correct?
obviously they would, I asked this question actually yesterday, to look at that amount of what they would be in the operations, because you're hiring them, but they also need vehicles. So is this potential 255 for the new hires, or is this for the replacement of vehicles that already exist?
So the replacement of these 2 vehicles, there's a Toyota truck that municipal enforcement has. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the technology in it to actually support a municipal enforcement officer utilizing it as part of their duties. And then we have another cruiser that is simply aged out and timed out. So we're going to replace those. So to answer your question specifically, indirectly, yes, it will support those 2 new, but as part of those 2 new, when we get to the fleet additions page, you won't see a cruiser there. So they're going, like, we're going to repurpose that Tacoma, and which will support one or both of those municipal enforcement officers utilizing that.
Okay, thanks, kind of a hybrid.
Yes.
Technology life cycling. Next, 2026 fleet additions. Playground replacement. There we go, we're on a roll. Cochrane Ranch House glycol water heating loop upgrade. This is truly essential? That's my only question.
Yes, Mayor. Yes.
Okay. Cochrane Public Library mechanical parapet roof replacement. Don't know what that means, but it sounds essential as per the recommendation.
It is, just for council's benefit, there's, our facilities management team have been working, trying to address this, and this would be the best approach to come up with a long-term solution, so.
Okay.
Or fix, excuse me.
Big one. Horse Creek Sports Park Master Plan Update, detailed design and servicing. I believe admin has some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I will start and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Ambrose. Considering that the capital budget was prepared earlier this year, we've had further conversations regarding the Horse Creek Sports Park. And considering the rec master plan that's currently ongoing, near its conclusion, I think we're at the point of questioning whether we make this investment this year or if we held this off for future investment to review the results of the rec master plan. I'm going to hand it over and let Ms. Ambrose give a bit more details to this.
All right, so as you can see in the budget, we have identified $3.75 million worth of grants that we can be allocating to the project. The remaining 9.7 would be funded via debt. Our team would be able to do a naming strategy and a sponsorship strategy, but that would not offset the entire cost of that 9.75 million. So we just want to make sure that we're having that complete conversation with council for their awareness. In 2 weeks' time, we will be having a workshop with council around the Parks Rec master plan work. So we felt it was important to have that conversation with you today as well, recognizing that you'll be seeing the priorities of the master plan work and how it's kind of shaping up at this point. So we would leave it open to council. We have had conversations with the ball groups. They are feeling like there is a need here, of course. And so we just want to make sure that we're having that conversation with you all through this process too.
So, Councillor McFadden?
So I'll speak to this one. I mean, I think everybody knows I've been a long-time advocate for the Horse Creek Sports Park and understanding the need for baseball, soccer, BMX, all of our groups that are in desperate need of outdoor recreation. But what I really do support beyond the before that is data-driven decision-making. And so I certainly do advocate, let's wait, and this was my pushback against the arena conversation earlier in the fall, is let's make this based from facts and strategy and knowledge. And so as much as it hurts me to not advocate for this strongly into the budget today, what I do recommend is that we wait until we get that full study back and make those data-driven decisions and be able to prioritize everything, especially because so much of this is going to have to come from debt, and it needs to be a very deliberate decision. So this is very hard for me to be the one to advocate to do this, but above all, I believe in being strategic in how we spend our taxpayer dollars. I will continue to advocate for all of the needs of our recreation folks, but I do think the best thing for us to do is to wait until we've worked through that full study and be able to prioritize, and then hopefully we'll be able to have this conversation before the final setting of the tax rate in the spring. There's always opportunity to do that. It's certainly a priority for me, but I'd rather do it smart than fast.
Councillor Pacheco?
I too support the decision. I'm just, from the public perspective, obviously we have kind of told people there is going to be potential, it's coming this. So as soon as if we say and we delay this, and I agree, we could adjust things in spring once we get the full plan. But how will that impact, even pushing it off that far, how will that impact, this year's expectations?
Through the chair to Councillor Pacheco, I think the one thing to flag would be if we are choosing to push this off and potentially have a decision in spring, as we currently in the Lions agreement, we have a 3-year caveat of the baseball diamonds remaining, where the ball groups would be allowed to have the same level of service that they're currently receiving. I think we would want to have that conversation pretty early, that adjustment is made beyond 3 years, so that we're not losing those diamonds through that agreement as well after that 3-year mark. So that would be the one caveat I would put to the entire conversation, is that currently we do have those 2 diamonds that are allocated. If we don't build these 4 diamonds that would be ready for gameplay in 2028, we do also have the 2 Greystone diamonds that are coming on next year. So we are adding to the assets for ball, and we are having those conversations. The ball groups are needing to leave the community, much like the rest of the other sport groups, but we are adding two new diamonds next year for play.
And would that, with the caveat with the Lions and their park, could that then cause some friction on their, what they're proposing to come forward for their lease agreement?
Through the chair to Councillor Pacheco, we are bringing further conversation around the Lions agreement next week on Monday evening, and then again subsequent conversations on the 1st and the 8th. From my discussions with them, I think they would be open to it. Currently inside the agreement, they have up to 8 years to determine exactly what they want to do on that land with a full plan. So there would be some flexibility, I believe, but we would have to have those conversations with them quite early.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Michelle, could we talk about the grant funding here, the $4 million in grants? What grant or grants plural are involved there?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So it's the LGFF grant and the CCBF grant.
Can you speak to the second? I'm familiar with the first one.
I might turn to Mr. Aline to help me with there.
The CCBF grant is the Canadian Community Building Fund, or the former gas tax.
So we don't risk losing that fund by not exercising it?
No.
Excellent. I would agree with the table then that this should be deferred, number one, because it's debt financed and not OSLable, and just as important, is the rec master plan supposed to come back in the spring, is what I heard? Is a better time to talk about this?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, in 2 weeks at the workshop, council will have a better idea of what the data is suggesting. We will also be doing a public conversation on December 1st. So there's, if you remember, there was that hybrid approach of having a workshop with council probably on the Sunday or the Monday. We're still kind of nailing down some dates with you all, but and then the evening of the 1st, we would be having that conversation in the public.
Okay, thanks. The grants aren't, we're not losing ground on the grants. This just seems obvious to me that we defer this. I agree with the group.
Councilor McDonald?
Just catching myself up, and then any members of the public who also weren't on council until now. So the work we've done so far, the resources we've poured into this project so far, we're basically preparing for the new school site. And so where we stand today is that we have the ability to pivot. Council previously was excited about an outdoor rec area, but we have the ability now to reassess, look at the studies coming in, have our workshop, and decide if that's maybe not what best serves what the community needs right now. Is that accurate?
Through the chair to Councilor McDonald, I would say yes, that is accurate. The current budget that has gone into Horse Creek has been for the stripping and grading and servicing of the high school. We were working in tandem based on the design and the shadow planning of the future amenities. So we were planning for outdoor sports. And so we've got rough grade happening of where the potential ball diamonds would go. And that kind of work is happening right now, so that we weren't having to come back and redo it. But we do have the opportunity to slow down and really evaluate and make a data-driven decisions.
Okay. Yeah, I think I agree with everyone so far. We can't do everything. So we better make the smartest choice possible.
Councilor Federico?
I know the boring bylaw was passed on this particular item. Have we advanced any funding or?
I can answer that. So through the chair to Councilor Federico, so the borrowing bylaw was for the stripping, grading, and servicing.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with what's in front of you right now.
With the rest, okay, thank you.
Councilor McFadden?
I just wanted to be clear, I'm not in favor of pivoting away from the Horse Creek Sports Park. That is the ultimate goal that I will continue to champion for those lands. My pivot is let's get the facts and prioritize better, and I think we may only be waiting 2 or 3 weeks to nail this decision down. So I just want to be clear to everybody, I'm not pivoting away from this being the answer to our outdoor sports. I'm just wanting to make sure we've got all the facts before we commit to such a high debt limit, and of course, a high borrowing limit on that one. And I just wanted to highlight that at the beginning of our report, only 3% of our capital projects are offsite levy, can access offsite levies to pay for. So a lot of these are either being paid for by reserves, which goes to the conversation we're going to have later, where we have to be every year deliberately saving for all these projects. Whether we had a great conversation around how the utilities has been actively doing it, but where I really want us to see ourselves leaning into is making sure that we're saving in every budget for the nice to haves as well, so that they're more possible. And so that's why I wanted to advocate for this conversation about $1 million going to reserve, so we can start offsetting these needs as we come ahead. So when you see like grants, those are either provincially, federally, that we usually have access to. Debt, borrowing, reserves is saving, and we just need to, and I know it's something we're trying to lean into in the spring. Offsite levies is a very minimal response to how we can deal with a lot of these. Especially what came clear to me is a lot when we were talking about the Cochrane Heights and the older parts of our community. Those aren't growth, those are it's just infrastructure aging out that we need to be replacing for, and we're gonna have to be deliberate in understanding that's happening to us and start saving for that. We are super fortunate that so much of our community has been built in the last 20 years as opposed to some older communities that everything's aging out at the same time, and their taxes are gonna be quite high. So I just wanted to share that thought and reiterate to anybody that thought I might be backing away from the Horse Creek Sports Park. I'm not. I just want to pause to make sure we finance it properly.
I believe Mr. Hyman has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I appreciate you said it's 3%. It's 4%, and it's only for this year. In future years, I think we've used, again, last year with the James Walker Trail and other projects, they were offsite levyable. So we have that. But I think it really just reinforces the positions and where we talked on Monday night about the grants officer and how important that position is for us. And then also with Mr. Alim here to my left is just the fiscal framework and the 10-year strategy, and really just that should be the foundation for this council and how we move forward, because there's a lot of decisions you're going to be asked quite a bit, not only through this budget process, but moving forward and what you want to achieve. And having that solid financial foundation is going to be the most important thing for your 4 years from my perspective.
And if I can add to that as well, the Parks, Culture, and Active Living Master Plan will outline funding opportunities specific to recreation and culture. So that will also give us a bit of a baseline of where we can start with these amenities.
Councillor Singh?
Can we use, are those land accessible, like once they're serviced, or like Horse Creek Park, like, you know, for temporary use, I'm saying, like, you know, hockey rings or something, like, you know,
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, so the servicing is specific to the high school. It is being rough graded currently. There is a stormwater pond that would be there. But at this point, if we don't invest anything else, it will just be seeded and it would be open space.
And the only comment I was going to make to supplement Ms. Ambrose's comments, and I know Councillor McFadden how passionate you've been about this, the governance and how those lands operate moving forward are so critical for us. Interim uses that are introduced on these lands will be very difficult to change at a later date. My fear, having worked on this for 11 years, really is that we open those lands and then they become an informal dog park. And then as we go and try and have recreation components on that, then you have people saying, but I've been using it for a dog park for the last year. So that's just some of the caution that I would share with council before we really make some very deliberate decisions in terms of how we utilize those lands. It's a very important decision.
sure. Thank you.
All right, there's an overarching theme that we need to take a breath, figure out how much everything's gonna cost, and then prioritize. And so I'm happy to see where council's landed on this one. Let's continue on to the Jim Elfman erosion control. Smaller item, probably also equally interesting. The question I have here is not within this budget, but just generally speaking, is there any serious conversation happening about a division in path to allow cyclists and dog owners to coexist on the space? Because it was something I increasingly heard throughout the election, that the cyclists are angry and the dog owners are also angry at each other.
Thank you,
Just
Mayor.
so I can, go ahead.
Sorry, I was good at, please, go ahead, Mr. Hyman.
No, I was just going to sort of repeat, I think Mr. Lauren, or excuse me, Ambrose would probably be best to answer that question, but I know she was having a conversation. So again, I think what the mayor was asking was just looking at Jim Uffleman and the separation of the pathway to allow a separate use of walkers and the bikers, which is historically has been a problem. And then the only thing I wanted to comment, obviously this erosion control is very important. I don't know how often everybody has been down. Recently I had people in town and had an opportunity to be down there, and there is quite a bit of damage adjacent to the pathway. It really is almost all gravel. We've acquired the property adjacent to it. So again, we want to re-envision this area over the long term. So that kind of might help set the stage.
Yes, and if I could comment before you jump in, the reason I felt comfortable bringing it up now is because they're kind of one and the same conversation, because if dog users were pushed to a certain portion of the path, it could be the erosion solution. Please take it away.
Thank you. So to the chair, we are working on the Bow River strategy that came forward earlier this past spring to council. We received some feedback. We went back to a couple of different, we went to the Environmental Task Force and the Parks and Recreation Committee, and we're still working with some of the developers in the South Bow area around how that strategy kind of, the entire strategy actually looks. That plan has identified the Jim Offelman area as we need to separate that pathway and what that would look like. We are bringing the strategy forward early in January, and if council approves it, it does give us a very detailed list of how we do that, how we need to prioritize it, and the policies that we also need to include there. So it is part of a larger question that you're asking, Mr. Mayor, where we're able to have a full strategy versus just doing a separation of the pathway, so that it feels all like it's connected to the entire corridor.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is more just organic solutions to erosion, and anything more structural will be discussed in January.
I can speak a little bit to the Jim Effelman erosion, and perhaps Trish may want to come up, but a couple of years ago, there was a study done along the entire embankment there. Last year, there was a significant amount of work that went into the Jim Effelman, a section of it. That has taken off very well, but we are needing to complete that work. So that's what this Jim Effelman erosion control is to ensure that we are not continuing to damage any of the banks. I don't know, Trish, if you want to add any more to that. This is a very important project from the environmental perspective.
While you're coming up, can I ask McFadden to jump in too? Just trying to squeeze as much in, time-wise.
We can just move to Tara the Great.
Okay.
Okay, so I use this park a fair bit. I do want to say that the erosion control has been a great success. It's been great to see all the grasses coming back. So certainly support this project. My question is more around the Jim Effelman Park closer to the bridge. Some of the feedback I've had recently is the need for some fencing from that parking lot so that neither dogs nor children are running up onto the bridge and the highway and such. So not an erosion control piece, but I just wanted to touch base on the Jim Effelman Park itself to see if there was some opportunities for some fencing in this budget, or if it's something I need a parking lot, some direction there.
Maybe I'll take this one. Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, based off your request last night, we did get some numbers, and we intend to bring that forward for council consideration as part of the other monetary asks that we've heard throughout these last several days. So we do have some numbers that we'll present to you based specifically off of fencing that area.
Okay, great. I just wanted to get it publicly asked and answered, so thank you very much.
Okay, back to Trish.
Yes, so to answer your question from before, this portion of the budget is to continue on with that erosion control in the next approximately half kilometer of the park, similar to what we did this year.
Excellent, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fall River Pathway Engineering and Construction. Not seeing any. Just a few pages there. That takes us to 191, right? River Avenue property fencing.
Yes, that's correct.
Just a little item. Sport field line painter. Another little item, seems routine. Ball diamond shale rehabilitation. Similar. Routine. Glen Eagles pathway repair. Got this one marked as essential. Wastewater pipeline twinning phase 1A. Probably need a comment here on this big guy. Any questions? Oh, okay, yep. Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, thanks for letting me catch up. Okay, so this project is the regional infrastructure. I'm familiar with that one. I'm just unclear, the funding source is other.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, I'm just going to call up Mr. Tooth to address this question.
Lottery winnings.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad that paid off.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, I believe this should be flagged as reserves coming from the wastewater reserves, because what this portion of the project has been identified for is the repair of the siphon at Calling Horse Creek right before we get to Calgary. That's the pipe that was overpressurized that I talked about in my presentation, and that's what these funds are going to be used for.
Okay, so just reserves then?
Yeah. I'll maybe pass it over to Mr. Aleem if he has a different perspective, but that was my understanding, that this would be wastewater reserves.
Through the chair, through Councilor McFadden, maybe my misunderstanding, maybe there was a misunderstanding. I thought this portion of the project was supposed to be handled by a third party. but I guess the scope of the project has changed.
Yeah.
Do we need to park it?
No, we can answer this very quickly. So Phase 1A specifically is addressing the overpressure portion that Mr. Tooth spoke about. There is a separate phase to this, which is about providing the servicing to Harmony, the connection to Harmony. And that's likely why this ended up being shown as other, where this is coming out of reserves. So as Mr. Tooth said, we have an existing piece of pipe at Calling Horse Creek within Rocky View County that is, we have discovered is overpressure, which needs to be fixed. And that's purely on us, on our costs to fix that. The increase in capacity that's required for Harmony tie-in is a separate cost under a separate project.
Okay, I would just think that $6 million confusion between somebody else paying and coming out of reserves is a significant number. So if we could loop back to that by the end of our budget discussions, just to make me feel better, that'd be great.
Put her in the parking lot.
It's a big parking lot.
Water asset renewal program? Oh, sorry, we had a question. Sorry, Mr. Light. Councillor Padico?
Yeah, so this is where, again, I go back to some projects that have been accrued or have changed in scope. And this is coming from last year, just in dealing with some of our overall debt. And I'm watching the budget increasing, right? And so can we get a scope of like where this originally kind of started with for a price tag versus what we're looking at today? I know that it's broken out into years, but the problem is that we have to be looking at the long-term focus of all these projects, right? And if the scope has changed somewhere, it would be really great to see it not as a one-off hit in this year's budget.
Through the chair to Councillor Fideko. I've spoken on it a little bit as I was going through the wastewater notes. This project has evolved a fair amount. So originally the Phase 1 project was from the Harmony connection in Rocky View County to our point of transfer in Calgary. That is still the case for Phase 1, but we've created Phase 1A right now to address the siphon with reserve funds because that's an existing pipe. It's not new infrastructure that has to be built, so it can't be funded by offsite levies. And then the existing twinning project has evolved to identify just the connection for the Harmony subdivision, which we expect to be funded by the Harmony subdivision. The expense of twinning the system has now been moved out 5 years. That's where I was talking about the attenuation and the storage at our existing transfer station right now. So we've been able to find some runway allowing us time to save $4 to $5 million a year in offsite levies so that we can fund that project.
Yeah, and Mr. Tooth, I appreciate you providing that perspective. And then you also came forward to council to get the approval for the design work earlier this year for the overpressured Calling Horse Creek. It's almost all the way to Calgary. So council's approved that design work. This is actually the money to complete that work. And then there is the connection. So it is an evolving project. I appreciate the comments about it, where the money's coming from, whether from reserves and things of that nature. But I have to give Mr. Tooth and the team a great deal of credit for, originally we were looking at the upgrades being necessary in 2027, I believe. And now by having it in 2031, 2032, it provides us that opportunity for that $4 million. Theoretically, we'll almost have close to $20 million ready. And then recently, I know the mayor has spoken with the mayor of Calgary, working with our regional partners, with the owners of at Harmony. So there's a new owner of the wastewater system, and then Rocky View County puts us in a much better position to make the strategic decisions in terms of our financial investments. But I appreciate the comments that you've made. So.
Yeah, I just go back, it's like the Glenpatrick project, right? Which started off at one scope, and then the scope had changed throughout the project, which, okay, so you identified other gaps and those got done, but the problem is that people in the community sometimes hear one price that they heard maybe 2-3 years ago, and they have no idea about the actual evolution of how it's changed over time. And I think if projects like these that have a magnitude of, they're gonna be probably 5, 7, 10 years out, we should be tracking that knowledge somehow about how that project maybe has changed in scope, so that nobody's looking back and saying, well, that project's supposed to cost $10 million, and, well, now 7 years later, it's 60 million, and they have no idea what is exactly involved in the background. I think it would just be helpful from the public to understand some of those things.
Thank you. We'll make sure that we do a better job of that moving forward.
Councillor Singh?
So this project starts from where to where? Like, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh. This project is at Calling Horse Creek. Simply, it's just, I don't remember, a couple hundred meters.
Well, I can describe, so if you're
The
going
entire
into,
project?
yeah, well, the Calling Horse connection, it's actually not in our community. This is in Rocky View County.
Yeah, and I can speak to the whole idea of the entire project. So the entire project eventually becomes the twinning of the entire main. Specifically, the project you have in front of you is at Calling Horse Creek, which is on Township Road 250 in Rocky View County. So if you get off at Springbank Road, I believe, and go north, instead of turning left, you turn right. If you turn left, you go to Harmony. If you turn right, you end up at what is effectively a land bridge. So our current force main right now is next to the road, and it currently dives under Calling Horse Creek. So because it dives under, what happens is the pressure starts to spike as you go down with the pipe, pressure goes up. And what was discovered several years ago is that the original design of that didn't account for, we're operating above the design pressure of that pipe. So specifically, this project is to replace that pipe, and it is I can respect it's a very large dollar figure to do this. It is a complicated place to install a pipe on top of the regulations. When this was installed in the 80s or the 70s, is very different than the regulations we face today as well. Does that help clarify what this specifically is?
Is 500 meter, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, or are we paying it all, or Rocky View County is paying some, or?
This is 500, through the chair to Councillor Singh, it's approximately 500 meters. And while it's covered through reserves, this is consideration as part of the wastewater rates, I believe.
Okay. And eventually the plan is twinning our line from Cochrane to join that line. That's in the next future 5 to 10 years, give or take?
Yes, next plan is a tie-in for Harmony, which Harmony is paying for. And then beyond that, as Mr. Tooth had outlined, we've successfully been able to defer the twinning of that line. The twinning of the line is 5 years plus or minus, and that will be coming in future capital budgets. And it is outlined in the capital budget in the future.
Sure.
So.
And to Mr. Tooth's point, we're building something by the SLS, you said, or like?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh. So we have existing storage. So when I say attenuation, it's essentially wastewater storage is what I'm talking about right now. So when we model wastewater systems, we have to model them based on peak flows. That always comes generally during rainwater events or when we have serious melt. And so what we do is when we have that peak flow, because we have storage, we can actually store that extra amount that's coming in during those events and make it so that we're not pumping out as much wastewater, which makes it so that we don't need a larger pipe as early. So there is some work that we'll need to do, and I'll come back to council to talk about it as we've done a little more investigation to rehabilitate the lagoon that's beside the transfer station. And there needs to be a conscious decision that comes from council around this, because if we decide to use the lagoon for wastewater storage, that's out in the public. It's right next to SLS. It's maybe not the best smelling thing to be storing next to a rec center, but if it's only during a rainwater event, it's not going to be used regularly, and we could consider using it for a shorter length of time, enough time to allow us to collect the money necessary to twin the pipe rather than hit our debt limits. So I'll bring some more detailed information back to council early in the new year to talk about that.
And the whole process is that we're delaying it so we can tie that into, as Councillor Wilson said, to the offsite levies, so the growth pays for the growth kind of thing.
Yeah. It allows us some time to save.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe that brings us to page 200.
Wondering if council would like, believe lunch is ready. I know we have a meeting with Ms. Robertson at 12:30. to go through the agenda for Monday night. And then we can come back at 1 o'clock, complete this. And then Mr. Leem has a presentation, then we can talk about next steps. Would that be, I don't want to interrupt, obviously council's wish, but
Unless I can get everyone to agree that there is no questions on page 200? If there's questions, we'll push it to lunch, after lunch. Then maybe we can pick up at page 202 after lunch.
thank you.
Are we live? Don't start yet.
Yeah, we're good to go. I believe, Mayor, we're on page 202. Water
Are we
main-
live? We are live. Before you get started, I want to have a conversation about our schedule. We originally had 4 days scheduled, up to 4 days, to deal with this budget. We set a bit of a target, I know, internally and informally, to try and have this done in 2 days. My understanding and belief is that we are not on track to finish this conversation in 2 days, which is okay, because it is a very big, important decision. Our first budget of our entire term may be one of the most important decisions we'll make over the entire 4-year term. So getting it right is obviously essential. However, given that we may not finish this within 3 hours, we probably won't actually, especially given all of the parking lot items that we have to come back to, many of which administration has not had time or an opportunity to answer the questions. We need to talk about when we're going to finish this process. So we have Wednesday and Thursday are currently scheduled. So if nothing changes, we will be here on Wednesday, and hopefully 4 to 7 of us will show up to form a quorum and finish the process on Wednesday as scheduled. But if we want to change that, then we need to have a conversation about it, because we've tried to informally discuss some options, and I've been listening to people and trying to figure out when we could get it to work. It didn't seem immediately that there was an obvious solution that was going to work for everybody, or even a quorum of everybody. So I will turn it over to council and hear your thoughts as to whether or not we can stick with what is currently scheduled and was planned, or if there's something else that the democratic will of council wants to do. I will turn it over to Councillor Wilson.
Just very quickly from me, unfortunately, I need to leave at 2:30 today, which I know is suboptimal. However, I am available for the next Wednesday, Thursday daytime, or I'm happy to go with the will of others. If evenings are better, I'm available most evenings too. So.
Okay, so Councillor Wilson's flexible, I'm hearing, but can't finish today. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. I can't do daytimes, so I'm not available to participate in those. I could do evenings, weekends. I can be more than glad to flex around there. I'm just out of space at work right now.
Councillor Federico?
I could do days. Nights are definitely trying for me over the next bit, or I could do the weekend, Saturday or Sunday, probably.
Councillor Singh, where are you at?
Wednesday evenings. And weekends, no problem.
Okay, so, but is Wednesday and Thursday during the day possible for you?
Thursday 27th?
Yeah, the ones that are scheduled, 26th, 27th?
Yeah, so it's 27th. I have a board meeting, Rocky View Foundation board meeting, the first meeting around 2 o'clock. So if I'm done before that, no problem, yeah, so.
Yeah, we could potentially do 2/3 of the day before your board meeting.
Yeah.
Is there business at that board meeting that would need to take precedence over this budget?
I can skip it, I can go late, like whatever.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out. So, okay, McFadden is only good evenings, Federico is not good evenings, Wilson's flexible, Singh's 3/4 flexible. Councillor McDonald, how about you?
I prefer to go evenings or Saturday, Sunday, because also with a full-time position, it's hard.
Okay. If my understanding, did you have more to say, sorry? My understanding is Sunday absolutely does not work for policies of what we've done here, so Sundays don't ever work. Weekends would be very trying. We would probably look at having a much smaller staff complement if we bring this in on a weekend. Mr. Hyman, do you care to comment on behalf of administration on this matter?
Well, all I would say is I appreciate that there's, everybody has conflicts and schedule. Again, we previously booked these dates in advance, trying to ensure that they were in the calendars early. In terms of the weekend, we could perhaps have, we want to accommodate and get this process complete, but we would have not the entire group that you would see here today. A number of our staff have other commitments and as well. So we've got to balance that moving forward. There's a tremendous amount of evenings and weekends, I will share, that's already gone into this process. So asking people to do more is something that we have to evaluate as well.
Councillor Verdico?
Councillor McDonald and I have a CSHO board meeting Wednesday night that we move from this week, but I'm sure that if that's kind of the time that works, then we could perhaps go back and just say that neither of us will be able to make that meeting.
So, I'm just thinking, everybody was available for the Wednesday evening except for that, due to that obligation. I think that would be a reasonable proposal. Could admin do Wednesday evening?
We'll certainly make Wednesday evening work. The challenge is with the amount of work that we need to do, we need to be very focused. There's a tremendous amount in the parking lot, and there have been a number of additions to the budget. So we're going to work through the financial implications of those, bring them forward, but we're going to need council to begin really doing an assessment of what is critical for them to include in that and what is not, so we can get there. Whether we could finish that all on Wednesday evening, I would question. I would think that, and again, I'll look to my colleagues, if we had a full day on Wednesday, I think we could likely get everything complete. We do need a few days here coming out of this process to get prepared, get you the questions or the items in the parking lot, get confirmation, begin working on them, have that ready. So again, there's the prep time that's required for that. But I'm just a little bit concerned if we're just focusing on Wednesday night, are we gonna have enough time to get through this?
Could we prioritize the parking lot items? Because a lot of those were just requests for information that if I was reading between the lines, I wasn't sure would actually result in a material change to the budget. Could we focus the follow-up research and information preparation to only items that would potentially result in a material change to the budget to ease the workload a little bit?
We could certainly do that, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think council really needs to focus on, we've got a 3.25% increase, and what ultimately is going to be the increase and what are the financial implications of some of the requests that you've made. We can bring that information back by Wednesday and then start working through that. But again, how quickly that is ultimately determined in terms of your decisions is really rests with council, I believe.
And before I turn it over, if I could add, again, trying to read between the lines as I do, it is possible that what we get back on Wednesday we're not going to like, and we're going to want more conversation because it's going to potentially be a much larger tax increase than is currently discussed. So even if we get the Wednesday night set up, Wednesday's probably not the end of the conversation. So over to Councillor McDonald.
I just want to clarify, while evenings and weekends would be my preference, if we decide to do all day Wednesday, I'll be here.
Okay, Councillor Verdico.
Could we start earlier Wednesday? Like maybe it's not a 6 o'clock at night kind of idea, but you know, maybe late afternoon and into the evening, just to give us a little bit more time.
Would that work process-wise?
Yeah, again, when we start earlier in the evening, again, we've got to provide some opportunity for people to have their meals as well. So like if we start at 4 o'clock, are we having a dinner break, things of that nature? But yeah, again, we're looking for direction from council and hopefully we can get a majority of council with some clear direction on how we can get, sorry, I've done.
For those members of council who are unable to do the days, would a half day on Wednesday, say starting at 1 p.m., 1 p.m. until potentially into the evening be something that's amenable? Would that work? So I can go around the table on that question. Would that work for you, Councillor Singh?
I think even if we start at noon, lunchtime
Noon?
or around that time, no problem, yeah.
Noon Wednesday?
Yeah.
Would that work for you, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Noon or 1? Admin?
We can make that work, council. I guess the question I would have is that we'll really need to focus, that was gonna be part of my closing anyways, is, you know, I talked about the strength of the team. Ultimately, I wanna see the strength in the budget that we create, just as that foundational document for the next for this year, but really the first major policy decision that council's making. So that's going to require you guys to lean into the process and start into the decision-making portion of that. So we will bring some decisions, but we will need you to make those decisions. We'll give you options, but again, I guess I'm just asking you to come prepared. If we start at noon, that we will have the information ready and we will start to make decisions, because I'm hearing from this group you would like to finish on Wednesday, if that is possible.
Yes, and if I could follow up, 2 requests, one to council, one to admin. If we have further information requests, can we try and have those all in by end of day today instead of adding them in over tomorrow or the weekend or anything like that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that. I
Yeah.
mean, we really need to come to a time when we're not going to get additional questions in. If they're operationally based or sort of informationally based but not finance based, that's a different conversation because we can answer those in time. But anything that's going to have a budget impact specifically, we really need as close to end of day today at the latest so we can prepare appropriately for you.
Because there have been some questions that are really operationally based, but we will prioritize those questions that have budget 2026 impact. So we can start with those and have the discussion and you guys can make decisions on those. I think that's our priority. But however, we will have reference around those other questions that are operational in nature, just confirming that perhaps we address these things through the year. Addressing them all isn't critical to budget at this time. It's mainly the ones that are going to be included within this budget process.
And then one more request to admin, and then I'll come back to you, Councilor McFadden. When we come back on Wednesday, can you please also try to provide a few options for the tax impact? So if we're trying to keep it somewhere between 3 to 4% as it is right now, and if we're adding things on, like what sorts of things could potentially be changed to offset that? For example, the wayfinding was a capital item that came up today. There might be more in our future conversations, but just to the best of your ability, have some options so we can try and finalize what tax rate we would be okay with.
Certainly, we'll bring forward, based on the information we've got, that cap. I just want to clarify that Capital One won't have an impact on the budget. So there'll be other ones, and certainly not trying to single that one out, but just wanted to clarify that. But we will, based on the discussion, bring back what the total impact would be, and then probably a recommendation, and then certainly look for council to make some very clear decisions around the items that are changing it from the 3.25 to whatever we get to.
And on the reserve piece, something I feel like I end up in the back of this place every single budget deliberation, is that if we're drawing less from reserves, then I've always thought that maybe that means we can put less into reserves as a way to have it impact the tax impact. But anyways, do you need to comment, or can I go to Councilor McFadden?
I agree with where we're going, is like, for the parking lot items, if we want to just identify the ones that we need to talk to as opposed to kind of the interest ones or more informed basis, would it be valuable to the group if you got it in a parking lot, if council just went through it quickly and we just identified it? That's not a goal.
I think we could do that by sort of end of day tomorrow for sure, is just to make sure we have all of that identified very clearly and say, these are the things that we believe are, germane to the budget. Just get confirmation on that. We can start to work on the obvious ones, but just to clarify that third that is maybe a little bit gray, so we can certainly do that. That helps us and helps you in terms of getting your mind around what are those priorities.
Yeah, I was thinking of kind of approaching it the other way. If we had it on a list somewhere, if council went through it right now and be like, that one I need, that one I can let go. I don't know if it's faster to do it that way or just leave it in your hands.
Yeah, I'm just saying we don't have that specifically for you.
Okay.
If we did, we certainly would be doing that, but we don't have that. But again, like I said, once we get that final input from you, then we can quickly pull together what we think are very specifically budget 2026 and bring that back to you, make sure that's clear, and then we've already started working on some of it, and then we'll be clear as to what we need to do from that basis.
Okay.
Does that help?
Sure.
Mr. Hyman?
Just one thing that would really help us, getting back to the options, is council able to provide us a range of a tax increase? And I appreciate that's a very challenging question, but remember, you're asking us to do a very challenging task to come back to you. There's been a number of things requested in the budget or into the parking lot. I can say with great confidence that there will be a significant increase. Councilor McFadden, not to use that one example, but for the reserves, I know you had indicated, well, make some cuts. But if we didn't make cuts, that would be another 2.5%. What is the range that council's comfortable with? That because we could just simply add everything and
that would be a significant increase, and I'm sure you don't want to see that. So what is that range that you're comfortable, so we have a target to work towards and then can make adjustments and have options as we move forward?
Councillor, were you done?
I was gonna jump in on this one.
Okay, Councillor Fidego?
I think the other thing that we should do is talk about if we're all comfortable with the positions that were listed for new hires, because I think there's been some conversation that maybe we don't all feel those positions are necessary, which of course is gonna change things on your end. So I think maybe we could start there as to, are we all happy with the 14? And then who are we adding or not adding? Because I think there's been some conversation around that.
With respect to the positions, I would just encourage council to be very clear about what are the outcomes you're driving towards, and we will determine the positions within the budget that are to drive to those outcomes. Again, this is that clear separation between governance and operational matters. So again, I know in the past we've really gone into the granular of saying, well, this is one position, but I think it would be best in your first budget to just be very clear what you want to see achieved in the community, and certainly make recommendations. We'll take that away and come up with a final list which we would share. But ultimately, I think that would be the determination of administration. Thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
So I don't say this with easily. It has a great deal of thought behind it. I think for myself, I would be comfortable with a tax rate of anywhere from 4 to 5%. I think we heard in our public engagement, folks are willing to, are comfortable with some tax rate increase to either maintain or increase services. What I heard clearly through the election was an expectation to increase services throughout those ranges. And a lot of criticism I often heard is, good planning. And I think the fiscal framework and that building up a reserve is part of that good planning that people expect us to do. So, like I said, I would be comfortable in the 4 to 5% range. Again, when I'm advocating for that reserve, to have that explicitly be for the Parks, Recreation, and Culture plans, so that people are very clear where we want those extra reserves to go to. But again, I am comfortable with going above the recommendations. When it comes to the different positions, I know the mayor's advocated for an engineering position. I understand what you're driving to there, and I agree with it, is like, what resources can we add to make sure that we can advance projects in a timely manner, so that our residents aren't frustrated. And I know a lot of the frustrations, or at least one of the things we wanted to champion, was the major improvement in the Glenbow project, that when that was resourced properly with a project manager, the community was much happier and have actually called out an improvement and a thank you to that. So I think a lot of that says that investing in our front line allows us to deliver the results that people want. So between, I feel, the community's willingness to have a tax rate increase as long as it delivers good services, and in all of the presentations we received through the early part of the budget, that Cochrane is consistency on the low end of everything, on how much we spend per person, the value we're getting for our utility rates. We get a very good value there. So I think there is room. I myself am not happy about paying extra taxes, but as long as I'm getting good value out of it, and a lot of those services and expectations that people want, that we can finally deliver on, I think we'll be shooting ourselves in the foot and future budgets in the foot unless we're prepared to do a bit of a sacrifice on that side.
Councillor McFadden, I really appreciate your comments, and especially speaking about Glenn Patrick and just the experience. Council sharing the experience they had and the outcomes they're driving towards is what will give us the information. I think we've talked about a number of different positions. We can take that information away, and that can be our target.
Yeah, I would echo much of what Councillor McFadden said, and if we were to think about ways to manage the strategy, Councillor Singh had mentioned at some point a communications position that he wasn't totally convinced on, and if I don't necessarily think with the day-to-day, but the broader strategic lens, I would prioritize executing on our financial and capital planning over doing communications about what we're doing, and so I would prefer the engineering job over a communications job as a trade-off. just from, and I'm trying to think about that from a strategic service delivery lens. But any other comments from council? Councillor Fidego.
I just had questions on the two municipal enforcement officers, just because of the conversation with RCMP. And I like the idea of bringing somebody into the capital project, so that would be, like, I don't want to get into the weeds of picking apart necessary positions, but if I had to just question that, it's because knowing what the RCMP said, I have great faith that that's going to be back up, and I'm just wondering if that could not offset what the mayor would like.
Well, Councillor Fideko, I really appreciate how you're framing it. Again, we're trying to make that adjustment, and I appreciate your speaking about the position, but what I hear is you actually articulating what the outcome you want, and that's what we really need, and then that will be clear for us to take that away and adjust accordingly, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Fideko, also, we've based those decisions on historical evidence. And although I appreciate the RCMP has made a commitment to meeting that, they've had great difficulty in meeting that. So what we're trying to do is have that municipal enforcement support in the event that that continues to happen. So I'm hopeful as well, but we really at the same time have not seen that through the years. So that's the rationale, just as information. Okay.
Councillor McDonald.
What I heard through these 2 days is that this 3.75% increase is based on maintaining what we already offer. There's not really much, anything new built into it. It's a maintenance budget. So I think when we're looking to enhance anything that we're offering to our residents, we have to look at growth on that number. I'd be comfortable, similar to Councillor McFadden. I think for me, 4.5 came to mind as the maximum that I'd want to see. But when I look at things like a communications position, I also know that a common complaint in our community is that people don't think they know what's happening and they don't understand the work we're doing. So I would argue that communications is a critical part of how we have rapport with our residents. So I wouldn't be able to easily identify one of those 14 FTEs as something that I don't think is necessary.
And if I could add, one of the things I think about communication is we can also help with the heavy lifting there, is we can be doing our part. I know Councillor McFadden does a great job. I think it's monthly, you do a newsletter to a huge list of everyone you know in the community, and we can do more of that as well to help gather information here, present it as a council report and an agenda item, and then push it out to the community as well. So always trying to drive things into a next steps. I'm hearing we started on Wednesday, but we're gonna do it around, let's say 12. Does that work? Does 12 work for everyone? 12 on Wednesday. Please bring us options to examine everything that's in the parking lot and keep the tax increase options under 5%. That's an accurate, challenge me if it's not an accurate assumption of what we're doing. Okay, and this is why we suspended the procedural bylaw. But okay, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we're on page 202, Water Main Cathodic Protection Program. Again, only will provide explanation if required or answer questions if requested.
Seeing none, 204, or is there 203 is?
So 204, I will preempt this if you wouldn't mind. I wanted to identify the difference. So this is part of we had a conversation about this is phase 1A. Phase 1A was being funded from reserves, and it's about replacing that section of pipe that is over pressure. This is about the project to connect Harmony and to provide, while we're doing that installation, there is a cost savings opportunity for us to install the second pipe in that Calling Horse Creek location. This is 100% funded from offsite levy, both internally and from Harmony. Just wanted to make sure people were aware.
Okay. Paid for by growth. 206.
Apologies, I'm just going to preempt this one again. This is again the same main pressure zone conversation. I know you're seeing multiples of this. This is about looking at expansion of the storage specifically, where the main pressure zone was focused on the pipe network. Just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Important, expensive stuff. 208.
Apologies, same conversation. But this is a really interesting opportunity that was identified by both our consultant and our utilities. Currently, the Lower Glen Eagles Reservoir, which is at the top of the hill as you're leaving the community on 1A, there is a valve that connects that. It's a separate pressure zone, but there's a valve that connects that. Currently, it remains closed. We have excess, for lack of better terminology, we have excess storage there. We're looking to automate that valve, so when the pressure in the main zone drops, we're able to supplement that. So this is a very low-cost way for us to provide some relief to that problem.
$210.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of the 2026 capital budgets. The 2027 is in here. This is for information only. Happy to go through it, but for the sake of time, if we want to not go through it, that's fine with me also.
I would like to quickly flip through it so we know what's coming down the pipes.
Historically, that's what we've done.
Got it.
I guess, council, why don't you quickly flip through it? I know you all have notes. And as we go, if something is top of mind, let's ask some questions. Rec facility, what do we have in here at 217? It's a question for me.
So to page 217, recreational facility. So this is to advance the work of a future recreation facility. So as part of the master plan that's going to come forward, this is in there as potentially further investigation into this.
Okay, happy to see it. Center Ave Phase 4, that's taking it all to 2 lanes on both sides of the road?
Yes, that's correct. As well as addressing the stormwater outlet for Center Ave.
Okay. Councillor Fideko had something?
The enterprise resource planning solution, that was the one that was brought forward earlier. And it says,
Immediately prior to the election, so just for clarity, it is a significant ask. There's some coordination. Mr. Lean previously talked about like the software for finance. So I think we need to have one program that helps the entire organization, I think. But we just felt it would be premature to introduce that ask without more discussion with council. So Mr. Krasinski is going to come back throughout 2026. And you'll have more information and then a better position for next year's budget to make a decision on this item.
and I was just curious, it's grants, so is that, but that's LGFF, I'm assuming?
Chair to Councilor Fideko, that is correct.
Everybody's just like,
I believe there was a conversation flagged about the investigation of additional ice surfaces. Was that in this capital section here for discussion?
It's not, but I think there'd be an opportunity for Ms. Ambrose to come up, and I know Councilor McFadden had a specific question related to it, and just for clarity, Ms. Ambrose would be the best resource.
To the chair, the feasibility study for ice surfaces was built into the Parks and Active Living section budget. So the 200,000 that council had directed us to put into the budget was built into the operating budget.
Okay. Councilor McFadden?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that the feasibility study into ice surfaces is not limited just to Cochrane Heights. This was actually going to be redrafted. The option is going to be look at town-wide options. That's correct?
Yeah, the scope of the, through the chair to Councilor McFadden, the scope of the work would come back to council for council's decision.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I guess that'll be part of a broader update coming in just a few weeks about the rec master plan?
To the chair, yes, the scope of the work could be kind of directed based on the workshop conversation that we have with council during that time.
Okay. Excellent. Is there anything else on capital before we move to service fees? Council, anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to present our 2026 service fees for you. So if you flip to page 230. So there will be no additional slides other than service fee slide, but what I intend to do is just give you a brief overview and then we can step through each of the categories. The 2026 service fee review provides a consistent, transparent update of the town's user fee structure across all departments. The adjustments balance inflationary pressures, service delivery costs, market comparisons, and community accessibility. Several fee areas remain unchanged to support affordability and stability, while others receive targeted updates to reflect actual workload, modernize our offerings, or improve cost recovery. The following section-by-section summary highlights the key changes proposed for 2026. So again, with page 230, we'll start with business licensing. No fee changes for 2026 across all license types and term permits. The framework remains predictable for businesses, so the summary of that is fully stable fee structure. Moving to community events. Event-related fees increase between 18 and 50%. Administrative application fees double from a low starting base. Modernized cost recovery and new tools that reflect user needs. Moving to the corporate and legislative services. There's one reduction. That was a service fee decrease of 37.5%. And then you'll see it reference FOIP. It's not FOIP anymore, but that's what's in your service fee index. All FOIP assessment, inspection, and tax certificate fees remain the same. So minimal changes with one targeted reduction. We'll move to parks. Small increases from about $1 to $5 to field and court bookings. The new rates introduced for additional league and tournament sites. So some incremental, consistent updates across our park amenities. Fire services. No changes to any inspection, permit, or apparatus fees. At-cost structures remain unchanged, and so that's a fully stable schedule for 2026. Similar with GIS. No changes to map printing or custom mapping fees. Open data access remains free, so again, continued focus on open data and public accessibility. Municipal enforcement. All animal licensing, impound, and nuisance fees remain unchanged. No adjustments to at-cost services, so that's another stable fee environment. Utilities. Sewer, storm, and water-based charges increase 3 to 15% depending on the meter size for pipes. Storm fees increase approximately 9%, and then hauled wastewater actually decreases by 3.5%. Support systems, this will support system sustainability and target affordability with some increases. With planning, there's no fee changes, so that's another stable fee environment. Roads, no fee changes. Our rates continue to follow the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association's industry standards. So those are externally benchmarked, and the structure remains unchanged. Safety codes, residential permit fees remain unchanged. You will see some commercial electrical minimum fee increases. So those increases have come up 50% to meet market. Targeted updates for commercial and complex projects and residential stability maintained. And you'll note that we are actually implementing fees for secondary suites starting this year. Ranch house event services. Rental rates increased modestly from about between 2 and 10%, and some of the amenity and corkage fees have increased by 25%. So that's essentially a pricing modernization to match demand and cost recovery goals. That is our service fee update.
Councillor Federico?
I have a few questions for you, but you just have to bear with me. I thought we were going page to page, not just this overall
Sure.
summary.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's okay. If we can go to community events. And then you have a community event fee standard and then a community fee with supplementary services. Can you explain the difference between what that might be?
Certainly, I'm just going to bring up directors that are specifically look after those portfolios.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, so the supplementary services are when event organizers are asking for power or additional, sometimes our parks team goes out to prep sites, or we're on site to open up electrical boxes and then provide power for the event.
And could you speak to if an event, because I think this was flagged before, if an event had some tents and stuff like that, I hear now we're charging, is it like a DP, a development permit, they need to have the tents up? I'm just trying to wonder to make sure that I understand what all their costs are.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, the cost is just the event permit, but we do require a site map and a full understanding of exactly what types of tents they're going to be installing. Some tents require being anchored to the ground, so we need to understand what utilities are under there and those kinds of things. It's not a full DP, it is an event permit process.
Okay, but there's no additional cost for them? Just a
That's correct.
timing?
Yeah, everything you see here under community events is what event organizers are being charged.
Okay, and then the only real other question I probably really had was, in the Ranch House event services, there were quite a few of the rooms that they don't have any budget for 2025. Were we just not utilizing those rooms during that time? Was this something new?
Sorry, I'm just gonna flip to that page. Yeah.
Which isn't, I don't have a number on this one.
Oh, there's 3 pages. Is there sorry, through the chair to Councillor Federico, is there specific rooms you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like if you look at like the Chinook and Hall of Vision, say like they have full day rentals, and we have it in the budget for 2026, but if you actually look at what I have in front of me, and on the next page, special events with Chinook dining room, like they don't have any sort of budget for 2025. Were they just not utilized? Are we just opening up more spaces?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, so historically, we did not have a very specific pricing model for special events or film. We do have a lot of film producers that are interested in the facility for movies. So this is a new fee that we're adding in for 2026 because historically we only charged the wedding fee. So now we have it listed.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
I have a point of interest about the accessory suites. I'm a little worried. Is $500 not maybe a bit too expensive? Because I've always felt with accessory suites, one of the major problems is just getting people to go through the process instead of just doing it illegally and renting their units through Kijiji or whatever. By putting this $500 fee, don't you think it's going to be a bit of a deterrent from people actually going through the accessory suite application process?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I don't have a specific answer for that. I think we would have done a market rate comparison to other municipalities, but let me get more information for how we arrived at that fee and sort of do a comparison. So we'll parking lot that one for you as an additional piece for later on. Yeah.
The only comment I would make is, well, $500, it does cover our review time for that. I appreciate your comment that we want people to have legal suites, but we go through that process, so we have to cover our costs associated with it. So I think that's just an important consideration in this. And as Mr. Blanchette said, I think market-based comparison was likely done. Again, we'll just confirm that for you, though.
Okay. Council, anything else? On the other side, I was also wondering if we're charging enough for area structure plan amendments. So if we're looking for a cost recovery for a secondary suite at $500, I'm guessing redoing an area structure plan is far more expensive than $3,000.
To the mayor, I would have to do some more work on that to see what, again, what the cost comparisons are from other municipalities or, and then we can come back to you on that piece.
Okay.
Well, and I think we have to look at a cost recovery model, and certainly we have to invest a great deal of time when we're reviewing a area structure plan. There's no question.
Sure.
They
And
do occupy a lot of our time.
Yeah, and all I'm suggesting is if we're gonna take an approach of cost recovery, which I'm very much in favor of, I think we should do it to accessory suites as well as the big stuff, which would probably be quite a bit higher than $3,000.
Yeah, and one thing I can say, Mr. Mayor, is we've talked with the planning group about doing a comprehensive review of, we were going to keep these as proposed. However, moving forward to, do a comprehensive review of them to ensure we are covering our costs.
Sure. Yeah, because optically, I would just worry, it looks like we're punishing the small guy, just a family trying to rent out their basement, where these huge corporations come in and we're subsidizing their planning. So.
And I think you can see actually in some of that, we've actually increased some fees for those that are more complex reviews, but we can certainly look at like that full gamut of offerings to see whether or not we should be increasing in other areas as you recommend.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Singh?
I echo Mayor Nagel's point, like the fire services planning, the cost hasn't changed for 2 years. Is a reason, or are we trying to be in par with the other municipalities?
I don't know that it's, through the chair to Councillor Singh, I don't think it's because of a comparison necessarily, but we're not going to just move fees without rationale and reason for that. So we evaluate what our costs are, what our time is in that work, and then if that is increasing or pulling different resources in, we increase that appropriately.
Are we getting a result back next year, or Q3, Q4, or we need another study to do that, or?
So we set fees on a year-over-year basis.
Okay.
So we would review that on a year-over-year basis, and then we would come back to you as we do now and make those recommendations based on that year-over-year basis review.
Sure. Thank you.
Anything else on fees, council? Yes, that about covers it. Thank you very much. On to, I think, Councillor McFadden's and Wilson's favorite topics, reserves and then debt.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. You have me for the next hour and a half, but we'll be talking about some important things for Council to consider. But before I get into those, I had a quick discussion with Mr. Heidemann about talking quickly with Council about the long-range financial plan. Over the last few days, it is apparent that Council wants to ensure we invest in the right projects to build and support the community, but also ensure fiscal responsibility. This graph shows what my take would be for the next 12 months for Council. First one is the master plans. This is where we gather data and information from the various master plans, such as Parks and Rec, infrastructure, water and wastewater. Using that information, that will be used to help Council build their strategic and business plan for the next 4 years. The outcome of those two plans will help administration create a robust 10-year capital plan, which will be used to create a feasibility study, which in turn will build the financial plan. Administration is looking forward to being involved in this process and supporting Council to have a successful 4-year term. Any questions on this before I move on? Okay. Reserves. So before I jump into reserves, just a quick overview of what reserves are. So reserves are an effective tool to support municipal asset management planning and operations by reducing the need for debt financing and mitigating operational risk. To put it plainly, and I believe the mayor touched on this, reserves, they're like a savings account. These are funds set aside not just to be used on a rainy day, but for systematic allocation for replacement of assets and new infrastructure. This graph shows the reserves balance, operating and capital from 2015 to 2028. The highest balance of our reserves to the town was in 2024 at $62 million, and the lowest will be in 2020 is the 2027 forecast of $32 million. Another observation about this graph are the peaks and valleys from year over year, which demonstrates the need for a strategy to grow our reserves on an annual basis. This slide just focuses on the capital reserves transfer. So for the 2026 budget, transfer out of reserves, what I mean by transfer out of reserves, these are the transfers from reserves to fund capital projects. So that equates to $11.4 million. And the transfer from operations, this is the funding source for the reserves. So we transfer from operations, put it into reserves at the end of the year. And that's $13.3 million. For 2027, transfer out of reserves is $21 million, while the transfer from operations to fund it is 14.8. And in 2028, the transfer out of reserves is $7.7 million, and the transfer into the reserves from operations is 15.7. For 2027, the three key projects that have a significant draw from the municipal infrastructure reserve are the Fifth Avenue offsite servicing improvement. That's a draw of $7.5 million from reserves. Fire flow improvements, that's a draw of $4,350,000. And the critical pathway connecting Big Hill Creek to Highway 1A and 22 interchange, that's $1.8 million. So that accounts for the $21 million for the transfer out of reserves to 2027. Turn our focus now on operating reserves. So again, for the 3 years. So the transfer out for 2026, $2.6 million. Transfer from operations, $155,000. For 2027, it's $2.3 million. Transfer from operations is $170,000. And for 2028, the transfer out of reserves is $996,500, and the transfer from operations is $170,000. So my observation on this particular graph is it demonstrates there is no plan or strategy in place to rebuild operational reserves. This is a concern because projects that were once considered capital, and what I mean by that is master plans, studies, those are not capital additions. Those are operational. They're basically gathering facts and information to help plan what we do in terms of infrastructure. Those are considered operational, and now, when they were once capital, were funded from the capital reserve, they're now operational, and they're funded from the operating reserves. So we are drawing more than we're putting in. This graph here, I just want to show council, these are the various sections within our budget that contribute to capital reserves and operating reserves. So, and again, I'm only using 2026 because that's the year under budget. For capital, the total contribution to reserves is $13.3 million, while the operating is $155,000. And so what I've done for council is I've shown the various, where the departments are contributing and what reserve is going to. So for example, legislative services, RCMP, the roads, safety codes, those sections are contributing $135,000 to the general operating reserve. For the fleet and equipment reserve, the contributions mainly are coming from financial services, information services, the fire services, that's the $600,000 for the new apparatus. Municipal enforcement, roads, that equates to $1,129,000. Community initiatives reserve, that's funded from three four cost centers, being the family and community support services, community support, affordable housing, and community. And then at the bottom, for the rest, there's $2.6 million transferring into the municipal infrastructure reserve. And again, I've listed the sources being corporate services, roads, planning, safety codes, business development, and the remainder coming from our utilities. For 2026, the $13.3 million will be transferred to capital reserves, while $155,000 I mentioned before was operational. Note, of the $13.3 million that's transferred to capital reserves, $8.7 million is coming from the utility budget. So not very much contribution on the tax side.
Councilor Federico?
Can we please get those couple of slides sent to us as council? Because I don't actually have them, like the complete breakdown that you just did. Can we get sent that?
The chair to Councilor Federico, absolutely, we can share these slides.
Yeah, thank you.
So this slide just shows what the year-end projected balances are over the next 3 years for capital and operating reserves. So for our capital reserves, the year-end balance at the end of 2026 will be 28.8, for 2027, 23.8, and in 2028, 33.1. For operating, the year-end balance for 2026 is 10.6, for 2027 it's 8.5, and for 2028, $7.7 million. And if I may, the current operating reserve policy, 170501, does state in paragraph 2, operating reserves must have a minimum balance of 5% of current year budget total operating expenditures, excluding amortization. I did a calculation, that's roughly $5 million. So based on our policy, I'm going to assume that's the total reserves as a whole. So even if you did that, then the current balances does meet our policy, but individually, they do not.
Can I stop right there? Councilor McFadden has a question.
Yeah, sorry, thank you for referring to the policy. One of the things I wanted to sit down and understand that better. Because we have, as far as I can tell, let me back this up a little bit. So from today's presentations, the utilities are doing a great job of deliberately making sure that they're recovering the costs, they're deliberately investing in the capital. So every one of the utility presentations, that was very evident to me. Where we're not seeing a deliberate contribution to reserves is kind of through the general operations. The other buckets, it wasn't very clear to me when when reserve contributions were being made, whether they were being made for future operation, future capital. That, it doesn't seem to be a consistent policy that we're implementing. And then, so I guess that's more of an observation. My question, I think, is for the capital reserves. What I'm seeing here is like kind of a lot of the key utilities, but what I'm not seeing is the areas that I've been trying to focus on, which is, recreation, culture, the nice to have list, the key utilities. We've been balancing out well, but I don't see a reserve where we could say, hey, we wanted to pull, $1 million out to invest in a park. So where currently would we be pulling, how currently would we be supporting those type of projects?
I think Mr. Heineman
Oh,
wanted to.
go ahead, Al,
Okay.
first. I was gonna
The
follow
chair
up comment.
to Councilor McFadden, if I'm not mistaken, in 2023, we had a restructuring of the reserves where there was about 100 and plus reserves that were merged into what you see in front of you. So things like arena, parks and rec, and other infrastructure components are now rolled into the municipal infrastructure reserve. Part of the new revised policy and strategy I will be bringing to council will be the unbundling of that municipal infrastructure reserve to key areas that you mentioned, like parks and recreation, for council consideration. So we can target when we have sections, for example, the Parks and Rec cost center, When they have reserve contributions, we will ensure that those reserve contributions go directly to that reserve to fund future projects.
And so what I'm currently seeing though is that we're forecasting that that reserve, which is covering a lot of different aspects of our municipality, is gonna be in the negative 2027, 2028. So the very pot of money that I was hoping to be able to help libraries, culture, sports, recreation is in the negative. Am I reading that right? Dramatically in the negative?
That is correct, and I did mention to council what the 3 projects are that are putting that particular reserve into a deficit.
Okay. And then, so I was reading through our policy document. So at one point, anytime we rolled into a surplus after the end of the tax year, we would then get those monies and it would automatically go into the capital reserve. But has that changed in practice?
No, for the last, I believe, the last 2 years I've been here, I believe the first year, the 2023 surplus, it all went to the municipal infrastructure reserve. And then in 2024, I believe the surplus went into the rate stabilization reserve.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Okay, thank you for the clarification. As we all know, we have a lot of work to do in this area, so thank you.
Mr. Hyman, did you have more to say?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on, yes, our utilities is something that we're really proud of and the work that they've done. I think, Councillor McFadden, your observations on what's historically happened here, yes, we have made the investment through the utilities, but in terms of the other reserves, historically, and this is going back over the past 11 years, the desire to have a low tax rate, council has made the decision to reduce the number of, or contributions to reserves. That's been one of the tools or the levers that's been pulled. So when you make a decision like that, certainly there are implications, and we're starting to see the implications, and that's why I want to credit this council for the previous discussion about what you're looking at is really investing in the future, because we have been living off growth and not investing as much into the reserves that we should. So I appreciate that. And then I think my second point to this was Mr. Aleem indicated where the reserves were really collapsed from all the details. And I think it would be really important to have a specific reserve, as you've indicated, for recreation, different amenities, things like that, so council can see year by year what's being saved and what's in that, rather than one that's covering so many different options within the community. So I just wanted to share those observations. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
What is journal operating reserve, please? Journal operating reserve, like, is it a pool of all the departments go into that reserve, or?
The Chair to Councillor Singh, the general operating reserve is correct, the same idea, where there's multiple operating sections that have all flowed into the general operating reserve, and it's mainly money set aside for contingencies.
Okay.
Councillor Fideko?
Obviously not right now, but maybe over the week. Could we actually get a breakdown of what's in the community initiatives reserve, like what type of projects that's going towards, and same with the municipal infrastructure reserve? I guess I was a little surprised too that there was no separate rec reserve, but it'd be interesting to know which actually all fall under there. Like you said, it's recreation, but does the library fall under community initiatives? Like, I'm not sure of the separation there, so maybe that would help.
I think for everyone, Councillor Fidego, and I don't mean to always be commenting and things, but I think you bring up a very good point. Obviously, a water reserve and wastewater reserve, it's pretty intuitive. For some of these, having a clear definition that is easily understood by not only council administration, but people in the community, and this is what those reserves are really intended for and are driving towards, would really be an important thing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's important that the community understands what actually makes that up. And then when they see it go down drastically, then they can reference back to the projects that are taking them down, right?
Carry on.
That was that's the presentation on reserves. Any more discussions and questions on that?
Yeah, question for me. What does council want to do? So we have a clear trajectory. This is trending to zero. Not during this term. The responsible thing to do would be to ratchet up our reserve contribution. Guarantee you that would result in a massive public outcry, because it'd be a 5 to 10% tax increase to get us close to where we're even stabilizing this thing. So what's the plan?
Before you turn it over to council, if Mr. Alim could perhaps, for the benefit of everybody, really talk about the strategy in terms of the reserve strategy, the timing of that, the next steps, what council's going to see. We were talking about March as the delivery for that, so maybe something that they can expect, which can help guide this before they start having a more comprehensive discussion.
Please. I just wanted to really throw the elephant in the room out there. So,
my plan is to bring the revised policy and strategy to council at a COW in March, and within that report, it will have they'll have the unbundled structure of what the new reserves that I'm recommending to add. It will also provide a description of each reserve, what their purpose is, what their minimum maximum are, and what their funding source, so an identified funding source. It will also include wording where in years to restrict draws from reserves that's greater than the contribution, which you've seen in the slide where the 3 years for operations, we're drawing more than we're putting in. So there's going to be a wording in the policy to that effect. Also, it'll discuss things like what can, and we all know that reserves are owned by council, but what I've researched and seen from previous municipalities, they have wording in there where up to a certain limit, the CAO can direct draws from the reserves to fund, let's say, overages in a capital to a certain limit before it goes to council. And that, to me, is effective, because then we don't have to continue coming back to council and requesting draws from those reserves. The council can make those, the CEO can make those decisions. So those are the things that the new policy will incorporate. And again, I'm actually excited and looking forward to engaging council in those conversations coming in March.
Okay, so your recommended action in response to the trend of the operating reserve is to wait till March to have an in-depth conversation? Am I summarizing your comments correctly?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm just saying that's what council can expect when I bring forward in March. But in terms of starting to build those reserves, I'm indifferent whether council wants to move forward starting now for the 2026 budget or wait for that report.
Gotcha. Councilor Wilson, are you going to flag, do you have to leave right away here, or do you have a comment first?
No, I have a comment. I wanted to hear perhaps Alvin's opinion, if he cared to give one on the topic. Councilor McFadden was talking about a nice-to-have reserve, or I forget what you just called it, but something nice to have capital project reserve. And for me, again, I've said this on other topics where I almost think there could be two funnels or two reserves, and one of those is ones that are eligible to be funded through offsite levies where growth pays for it, and ones that aren't. And so today we saw examples of that. So ones that are eligible would be a new library, a new ice surface. Those would be examples of growth should pay for those and can currently. And then there'd be examples like today we saw the multimodal pathway going to Heritage and Heartland. That is not available to be funded through OSLs. And so what would your opinion be on the ones that can be funded by growth? Should we be saving for that rainy day? Should we take on debt and then repay it through offsite levies? What's best practice for that situation?
The Chair to Councilor Wilson, those are very good questions. Just sharing from my expertise with you, for reserves that are set up for growth, we already have them, and those we have individual offsite levy reserves already set up that track what is collected from our developers to fund that growth. So that's already in place. Okay. I know from last couple days we talked about. Well, I heard you brought up life cycling and new infrastructure. again, the policy would address what percentage that we collect from reserves would go towards funding life cycle, because right now, we don't have a capital reserve policy. And so it doesn't, whatever we collect, it doesn't identify what goes to life cycle and what is set aside for new infrastructure. It's basically a combination of both. From the previous municipality I've been to, there was a reserve that I started, it's called New Infrastructure Reserve. So anything that is not existing but council wants to add, that reserve funded those, that infrastructure. Those are the things that, again, I will be incorporating in the policy to address those issues.
Thank you. So to summarize, the things that we're worried about topping up our reserves for are, you just gave two examples, things that aren't funded through growth payments, so non-OSL chargeable, or life cycling of community assets. Those are the two subjects that we need to be talking about in our reserve policies, and you'll come back to talk to us in March. Do I understand that right?
Absolutely.
Whereas things like libraries and ice rinks, because they're off-site leviable, that doesn't have to be something in our discussion that we're worried about. We can take on debt, we can repay the debt with the growth payments, essentially.
Absolutely, because those offset levy reserve accounts are already created, and they're already collecting the monies that we're collecting from developers for those facilities.
Thank you for the clarity. And another example I should have used, actually probably the best one, was when we were talking about Horse Creek Sports Park today, and we're learning that a large portion of that isn't collectible from growth, and that's where we need to talk about how the heck are we going to fund that. And then the indoor portions of that we can fund through growth, that's a whole different topic that isn't as concerning, at least because we have a solution. I think I've encapsulated that correctly, and we've have some clarity there?
You've captured it very nicely.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for the airtime, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just step in just to provide some comments to just supplementing what Mr. Aleem's saying. I think we've got sort of that March timeline for the reserve policy. I think this is a really good discussion, but in the meantime, council's looking at increasing the reserve contributions through this budget, which is one step. Another step coming forward is the surplus, when you have an opportunity to look at where the surplus and how that's being contributed. So those are two other things. And then certainly following up on the OSL, it's always important to think of offsite levies and how they're tied to growth. So if growth slows down, then your OSL contributions slow down as well. So again, it's coming up with a comprehensive strategy linked to the 10-year capital plan that's going to be really the basis that we should always be using as our foundation, I think.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So I know in March we're going to get the full proposed reserve policy. I fully expect that reserve policy is going to be saying we need to get much more aggressive in our annual budget with putting reserves into both our capital and operating. I've proposed $1 million just for the Parks, Recreation, and Culture because it's in the negative right now. But could you give us a sneaker number of from where we're at, where we should actually be? I know you're probably hesitant until you've got a whole policy, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how close or how far even $1 million is.
You know what, I really don't have a good answer for that question. So I understand what you're asking is what balance should be in that reserve specifically or as a whole?
I think both. I like the one term you're using, like a new infrastructure reserve. That might be a better name than Parks, Culture. Because there's always going to be new infrastructure as our residents start to expand and expect new services. So that might be a better name for it. But yeah, like what should we start putting into that type of a reserve? And then big picture, what should our reserve levels be compared to where they are now?
If I can help answer on this, I think certainly big picture, we need to understand where we are today, ultimately where we want to be, and then some incremental steps that we take and the manner in which we take those. It's going to take a number of budget cycles to get through that, but what are the strategies that we can utilize to get there? I think it's always important to have an ultimate goal in mind, but you don't get there overnight. What are the incremental steps that you need to take to get there? And sorry, Mr. Lim, hopefully I'm not, I'm just trying to assist.
No, that's no problem. So one thing that I did have, that I did implement at a previous municipality was, if I'm mistaken, it was the wastewater plant. The reserve, that reserve policy, the strategy for building that was based on 2% of replacement value. So without knowing the value of what we're looking for Parks and Rec, I can't really answer that question, but 2%, for that example, was at the time was $100 million. So every year, our reserve increased by $2 million every year until it was to be replaced in 50 years. So that's, again, that is a strategy for Parks and Rec, not knowing what we're working towards, using that same thinking. 2% on $20 million, you're talking $400,000. So 1% tax rate increase.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I'm just like the current SLS center. I think we got a valuation of over 100 million in our conversations to replace that, right? So if we were just even to use that as a valuation, it would be $2 million a year just as a reserve to start building up for a new indoor rec center. Is that an approximate of what I was hearing from you?
Absolutely. We're using that same methodology.
Right. So and then the Horse Creek Sports Park, roughly I think it's to construction. I think the number I was hearing at one point was about 50 million. So 1 million.
Absolutely.
So my 1 million number is pretty brilliant.
You know what?
Absolutely.
If we use that methodology, you're right. I would agree with you.
All right. Thank you for that. I think mostly what I'm hearing and what we know is that we're behind and we're going to have to get deliberate in solving it. What I'm really trying to resonate with my colleagues is I don't want to wait another year before stepping into the space of building up our reserves, or even to wait 3 months. So that's my argument for adding that into this year's budget.
Councillor Federico?
Levy conversation. Isn't rec, fire halls, libraries, it's a reduced, it's not the same levy for, say, big infrastructure projects? Aren't developers contributing a lesser amount, or it's just starting?
It's just starting, Councillor Federico, based on our conversation in September. If you recall, through the conversation, it was just having a certain portion of the payment until we had clarity in terms of the overall cost of what the projects we'd be working towards. And I think it's no different for council when we're trying to come up with a reserve strategy. What are we working towards? What are we trying to achieve? What are the projects that are in there? What are the priorities? I think those are some of the things we have to consider as well.
Yeah, because I think sometimes what gets put out there is that, it's just offsite levy, it's just offsite levy, covered by offsite levies. Well, but the problem is if a growth slows down, there's nothing in there. Now we're upfronting debt, right? So we're collecting that amount back. I think that's the scarier part of that equation. Then it's just, it's just covered by offset levies. Like, it doesn't matter if it is or not. We have to be able to afford the project regardless. That's just an extra way to help the project along and faster. But it doesn't mean that you're not collecting debt along the way. I just get a little scared when it's like, it's just covered by offset levies. Like, it's a offsite levy tree of some kind.
And many times it's a portion of the project is covered by offsite levies.
Mr. Blanchette?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I think there's an element there that I think I've heard Councillor Wilson say a couple of times is the life cycle piece of that as well. So what I think it's kind of threaded together. So we have a 10-year capital plan, and then council's going to have priorities within that 10-year capital plan, which would include new builds. But there's also a significant component of that, which is our asset management evaluation, and that's going to give us current status of our existing assets. So that's another part of that reserve component as well. So I look forward to the conversation in January where we put all of that on the table. We talk about the 10-year capital plan. We talk about the first steps of the asset management piece and what that's showing us. Over the year, we're going to have master plans that are going to come back with some additional information that's going to give us some understanding. And I think that's all going to serve council well in saying, these are what our priorities are. Here's how we're going to fund them. Here's our policies, and here's our timelines. And I think that gives you confidence that in that year's time that you have a master plan for your next 3 years as to what you want to deliver as a council.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. And then my thoughts on getting ahead of the reserves, I've just been digesting the numbers and listening to everybody's comments. I want to make sure we're fully exploring the other side of the equation, because there's two parts of this. There's how fast we're drawing out of reserves, as well as how much we're contributing in. And I want to make sure we fully explored every opportunity to slow down the spending from reserves before we just jump straight to adding in $1 million of contributions. Because one of the things that I somewhat flagged it earlier in our conversation this afternoon when I suggested that the wayfinding thing would have an impact on taxes. And there was a quick suggestion, well, it's not necessarily an impact to taxes, it's only reserves. But reserves are driven ultimately by taxes. And so we need to never lose sight of that. So before we make this really big jump to start adding in another $1 million per year, I need to be, at least to get my vote for it, fully convinced that we've explored every opportunity to reduce the amount that we're drawing from reserves as much as possible. I'm hearing wait until March still, kind of seems to be the takeaway from the conversation here, or where is council at in terms of material change to what is before us in the budget book today? Councillor Federico?
I mean, I guess to that point, is there anything that's been explored that is in the capital budget right now that if it were to be removed, that has a reserve withdrawal, what the risk is to certain projects, right? Like, obviously, I realize that there are some that, you know, if we decide not to proceed, like, that's a bigger issue that could have effect. Maybe the wayfinder signs are, you know, that's neither here nor there, but I think that would be the bigger part of that conversation, is what is the actual impact.
Yeah, we can explore this and look at some different options.
All right. More money, more problems. Anything else, council? So are we just taking reserves as it is, come back to the conversation? I'm hearing very strong opinion from this side of the bench. At least one Councillor McFadden wants to seriously explore adding more money in, but we need more than one person to want to do it. Councillor Wilson.
I didn't weigh in earlier when we were talking about our percentage changes, and so I guess I'll offer it right now because of your question there. I like the percentage change that were offered, but if I were to go down the path of adding to reserves, it would be from withdrawing other things out rather than increasing the tax rate. So that's my yeah but to it. So if we can manage to make cuts, I'm all for the adding to the reserve.
I would say that I feel the same. Going back to that conversation, keeping the tax increase and that 4.5 seemed a reasonable suggestion. And then, yeah, if we're cutting anything else, put that money into reserve. But it didn't sound like there was a net cut coming to the budget. So that's, okay. Leave it there, I guess. Thanks. Or is it debt next?
Yep.
Councillor Wilson, did you have to go attend your other thing?
Thank you. I will remove myself in about 5 minutes here, just quietly, and let the process continue. But thanks, and I'll see you all Wednesday.
With a valid excuse. Yep. Okay, thank you.
So the next topic for discussion is long-term debt.
Sorry, apologies. Did we want to do a break here or after debt? Because it's been about an hour. How long was this conversation going to be? I should have asked that.
Probably a while.
Okay, all right. So it's been about an hour. Do we want to take a quick, let's say this one's a little shorter, 7 minutes, 2:30, we'll Thank you for allowing me to bang the gavel and humoring me. Debt, long-term debt, lots of it. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So next topic for this afternoon is our long-term debt. So this first slide just looks at 2025. And I believe, Mr. Mayor, you had asked me this question, why it changed. So last year, when I presented to council the long-term debt for 3 years, the forecast for 2027 for the town imposed, we were over that limit by $940,252. And here's the reason. In the 2025 capital budget, we showed the wastewater pipeline twinning phase 1 moving ahead in years 2026 and 2027. The cost was $27,215,000 for each year. It was supposed to be, and again, it was supposed to be funded from that. So as per our new revised 10-year capital, it is now the cost of $1 million in 2026, and to complete the project in 2030, it's $38.8 million. And I believe my colleague, Mr. Tooth, had explained to council what changed, and just to recap, upon further investigation of the storage capacity at our transfer station, our peak flows can stay lower for longer, which means that we don't need to twin the pipeline as soon as previously thought. Summary? Okay. And that is the explanation why it changed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just to be clear, I'm happy to see that there's a solution in place that we didn't have to have a conversation about our debt limit this year. So thank you for finding something.
You're welcome. So now we move to 2026. So starting with the forecast for 2026, our unused debt limit as per Alberta regulation is $86.3 million. For town imposed, it'll be 57.8. And our debt service limit, the unused debt service limit is $19 million. Again, the debt service limit, this is the ability for municipalities to meet their financial obligation. In other words, do they have the money in place to pay the principal and interest? In our case, our total debt service is only $4.7 million, leaving the unused of 19. So we're in good shape there. Shifting to 2026, the total net debt, when I say net debt, it's what we're gonna add, subtract our principal payments for 2026. So the total net debt increase for 2026 is $30.7 million because there are three key borrowings. The River Heights Pump Station and Water Storage, this was brought to council this year, and that was a total of $6.9 million, and that was already approved through bylaw 27/2024. And that particular debt is funded through OSL. The other one is the James Walker Trail Stage 3, total cost of $17.9 million, and that was already approved by previous council by bylaw 10/2025. The funding for that particular project, 70% of it is OSL and 30% is through tax. The Horse Creek Sports Park, as per the 2026 budget, that is for the amenities development of $9.7 million, and that is the only new debt for the 2026 budget that's going to be added.
I believe Councilor McFadden has a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Could you just review again, how does the province, or how do we calculate our debt limit, and what is that measured against? And then how does that change year to year?
Great question. So the total debt limit, as per the regulation, is calculated by taking 150% of our total revenues. And that's why it changes year over year, because our total revenues changes every year. And that is the only, that is the main reason why it increases year over year. Okay. And for us, how we calculate our impose is we take 80% of that amount.
Right, so when, we report to the province in March as part of our regular audit, and then that's where we calculate the 150% of our revenues, and our revenues is well, everything. So it's our taxes based on the assessment growth, it's any revenues generated from utilities, all of our revenues in total, but generally residential and a little bit of industrial tax, or non-residential tax base.
The Chair to Councilor McFadden, so it's, as you said, it's a tax revenue, all our user fees and charges. It also includes the revenues from our utilities. Again, it's based on a consolidated basis.
And so when you were setting and forecasting future total debt limits for the next couple of years, was that just a conservative guesstimate on assessment growth?
For 2026, it's based on 3.75% assessment growth. And for 2027 and 2028, I reverted back to 3.5% based on historic
numbers. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Federico?
A couple of questions on page 261. I don't know if we're actually working out of the book or not. If we're not, then I'll come back if we go to the book. Just I have a couple of questions on the projects that are listed.
I don't have my budget book in front of me. I'll grab it.
Schedule of outstanding debt, correct?
Yes. $261. Okay, so Horse Creek Sports Park in this case, we have two proposed, it looks like, one at 10.830 or 10 million and change, and then another one if you go further down, 9.7 million, and both of these are in 2026, which I understand, okay, if we hold that off, then that's not necessarily coming into play. But I just wanted to kind of point out, if anybody's looking, like the maturity dates, like out of the 13 projects there, 10 of them, you know, these are long-running bill payments that we're going to be making all the way out to, a lot of them are 2043, 2047. And just to flag council on that, because we're not talking about that these are going away anytime soon. And then the other thing that I was curious about, I know that you have the payment here issued, but what is the interest amount that we're going to be paying? I know that it's a 4 point, some of them have different rates, 4.1. But overall, like, I mean, obviously in the first couple years, you're paying more to interest than you are ever paying off that project, right?
Chair to Councilor Federico. I have to pause and make sure I get it right. I can actually provide that breakdown for you of how much goes to interest and how much goes to principal.
Yeah, I think that would be great to see over time, because I mean, obviously it's going to change, but yeah, we're talking quite a few years out.
Please continue on.
So this last slide pertaining to the debt, it shows what our debt is going to be over the next 3 years. And by 2028, our total debt, outstanding debt, will be $89.8 million. And what's important is, out of that $89.8 million, 34.3% is funded through offset levies, and 65.7% is funded by tax. So that's the key takeaway from this graph.
Could I ask a question there? What are the baseline assumptions here about the items that have not yet been approved? Because there was so much conversation towards the end of the last term about things coming that were going to be OSL supported but weren't fully planned. For example, recreation capacity, fire was part of the conversation, but I feel like that one actually got planned. So, like, I don't know how to frame this question to make sure I'm fully understanding the position. How much do we expect this to change in the years to come? Is really the question, I guess.
So the chair, this particular table just talks about incurred debt. It doesn't include any projections, just what we've incurred or what is anticipated to be borrowed in the 2026 to 2028 budget.
Okay, so no projections, this is just what's on the books.
Correct.
Okay. That fully answers my question. Any other questions?
So my last,
Sorry, that's the end of debt?
That's the end of
Okay,
debt.
Okay, so I do have more questions.
Okay.
So how much capacity do we have in the future? So there's a number of projects, we identified that there's a variety of options and possibilities and projects coming for water and wastewater that we don't know the full cost of. There's an operations center, which I believe is not in here. There's talk of a recreation center, there's talk of a library. That list is hundreds of millions of dollars that I've laid out here, but there is not hundreds of millions of dollars of space right here.
in terms of debt, correct. I'll just turn council's attention to this particular slide. So after 2028, after we've borrowed as proposed, our unused debt limit as per Alberta regulation is $70.9 million. But the town imposed as of at the end of 2028 will be $38.7 million of unused debt limit. So the difference roughly $30 million between the town imposed versus the Alberta.
And if I can, I think one of the important things through the conversation, just I understand the town of Okotoks is exploring, they have their own town imposed debt limit. However, they're exploring going to the MGA debt limit, just based on the projects that they're going in. It provides them additional opportunities. And then really, I think council has to think about strategic debt. What is good debt versus bad debt? I think that's probably one of the most important things that this group needs to determine moving forward. But I think at some point, we will be having this discussion for Cochrane. And I think Mr. Leem's sort of pointing this out as we get to 2028, you start to, but I would like to be ahead of this myself.
So I would, if everyone in the room would allow me the opportunity to drive some conversation here, because I feel this is a conversation that we've shied away from in past years because it's a tough one. But so I'm just kind of brainstorming here, not suggesting changes to the budget. But if we were to say that we went forward with everything that is kind of on our mind, Horse Creek Sports Park, Rec Center, Library, all the water, wastewater, Operations Center, is that about $300 million ballpark?
If you, sorry, to the chair, if you look at our 10-year capital plan, it's around $800 million.
That is not included here already, so it's
No,
800.
It's, yeah, so our current 10-year capital plan is approximately $800 million.
But that does that include recreation?
You're correct. There's a number of items that you've mentioned that are not currently on the 10-year capital plan. Some of those are not, so that would be in addition to that figure.
Okay, so we'll just work with $1 billion for the sake of beginning the exercise of starting to get a reality check on our financial situation, not to come to any sort of conclusion today. So we'll work with $1 billion. We have in 2028 unused debt limit space of, we'll just go provincial, 70 million. So 1/15 of that billion. Obviously, the billion would not be taken on immediately, but let's say we needed to find a way to create another $200 million worth of debt space to start cash flowing these projects that we're talking about. In order for us to get from 160 million total debt limit to a 360 million total debt limit, we would have to increase, it's essentially a doubling of our debt limit, but it's a 1.5 times ratio of our taxes. So we would have to increase our total tax revenue by about 75%. Does that math kind of check out?
Close, but the only caveat I'd like to add is even though our total 10-year capital plan is, for argument's sake, $1 billion, the entire $1 billion is not scheduled to be funded by debt.
Okay. Do you know which portion of it? Maybe 500 million?
300-400 million.
Okay.
If I had to make an educated guess.
Okay. So we could maybe cut my estimation then in half. So just to cash flow this whole thing, if we had to find another, instead of $200 million of debt space, $100 million of debt space, you're looking at a 40% tax increase just to have the legal right to borrow that amount of money. Correct. Okay.
Approximately.
Okay. So that is what we have to deal with in the next 4 years. Is everyone following the mental exercise?
And that's why priorities.
Yes.
And strategy is so important.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to raise the severity of the conversation, and I rest my case.
And you also have to consider the staff required to do all those, which is additional cost.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. So we got work to do. All right, any further conversation, council, on debt? Sir, thank you.
You're welcome. So my last topic today is the three-year financial plan. So the three-year financial plan, this is a requirement under the MGA, Section 283.1. It states that each municipality must prepare a written plan respecting its anticipated financial operations over a period of at least 3 years, including the year under budget. So the purpose of the three-year financial plan is threefold. It's forward thinking. In other words, to get council to think beyond the year under budget. Help build awareness, thinking about the decisions made for the current year's budget, how it'll affect future years. And three, of course, to demonstrate prudent financial stewardship. So the assumptions that was used to create the three-year financial plan is we utilize the same considerations as 2026. And what I meant by that is inflation was kept at 2%. The level of service, maintain that at the 2025 level. We also examined the three-year historical trending, what happened in the past and what what's trending over the 3 years in terms of revenues and costs. We reviewed the adequacy of fees and revenues for service and programs, as well as look at we looked at the current and also alternative revenue sources where applicable that we can incorporate in the forecast for 2027 and 2028. So this is the three-year financial, and it is is part of your package. So 2026, as you can see, is highlighted. It's highlighted because this is a 2026 budget, and council is only approving 2026. So the proposed tax rate for 2026 is 3.25%. The other 2 years is just information. So in other words, if we just looked at the assumptions I mentioned earlier and built out the 2027 and 2028 based on those parameters, council would see, and if, let's say, council decided to adopt a multi-year budget, for 2027, the proposed tax rate increase would be 5.47%, and for 2028, it would be 1.36%. And that is if we left everything the way it is and adopted this budget as a multi-year. This would be the proposed tax rate increase. And again, it's just for information, just to see what council has agreed to for 2026, how it affects 2027 and 2028. So again, only 2026 is highlighted because that is the only year council will be looking at in terms of approving as for a tax rate increase for 2026. That is all I have to say for the three-year financial plan.
Questions? One question I had about the 3-year, Councilor Singh.
Can we break down the residential and business property taxes there? Or do we have information there?
I can, are you talking about, are you the chair to, Councilor Singh, are you talking about the res versus non-res? Yes, I believe I can. And I can provide that information to council.
Okay. And the other question, what includes in contracted and journal services?
Chair to Councilor Singh, I can get that back. I can get back to you on that as well.
Sure. Can we break down the salary, wages from benefits? Just the numbers, like no names or anything in there?
I believe that level can also be provided. A very high level, that number can be provided.
Sure. And what are the provincial government conditional transfers and federal government transfers? The revenue sources.
Yeah, that can be provided as well.
No, what are those?
I don't have the detail in front of me.
Councillor Singh, can I just ask a question on the salaries and benefits and your desire to have them separated? Can I just try and get a bit better understanding of what you're looking for in terms of that?
Just the numbers, like, year over year, and how much paying the salaries, wages, and the benefits, just to get the numbers in there, yeah. No names, nothing, or
Well,
department.
there won't be names, certainly, but I think that information should be included in the budget for you already.
Councillor Padico?
I think what he's looking for is maybe an understanding of maybe how,
Year
because
over
I know
year.
benefits have gone up, maybe separating that out to understand the difference of salaries overall, like not
Okay.
individual, but like one, salaries, and then what that benefit package might be. I know it might be difficult if you're dealing with part-time
Okay.
sort of staff, but if you're just looking from a full-time level, maybe? Is that what you're trying to ask?
In these situations, again, this is where I appreciate the comment, but is this something that all of council is looking for? We've got to make some difficult decisions. That's going to be sort of how I wrap things up. But certainly, Councillor Singh, I appreciate that you're looking for this. However, I would like to see if this is something all of your colleagues are also looking for, because there is a tremendous amount of work from the parking lot that we have to do, but is this something that is a priority for all of council would be my question.
No rush into that, but just want to see the numbers, that's about it, yeah. No big rush into that, yes, yeah.
Okay, well, no, we're just trying to get, if we had that information for Wednesday, if that is something that's
No,
important
no.
for all of council, okay?
Seems not essential. We'll put that on the,
Okay.
what was rank 3, discretionary. Just
Okay.
going back to the thought, the debt thought exercise I was going through, just start ballparking the conversation. Partway through that, Councillor McFadden said that we should just focus on only the tax-supported items, and I said, yes. So we basically cut the figure down from $1 billion of capital that we'd have to carry, capital debt, they would have to carry down to 300 or 400 million. But that's not actually the way it would work, is it? Because even if it's debt, even if it's grant supported or offsite levy supported, we still need to cash flow the debt, correct? So we don't just need $200 or $300 million of debt space. We do need $1 billion of total debt cash flow, not all at once, but over the term of the 10 years, right?
No, the 300 to 400 million dollars, those are projects that, again, so without looking at the 10-year capital plan in detail, would be earmarked for debt. And when I say that, that would be tax supported as well as OSL.
Okay.
And with the current practice with OSL debt, as council is aware, we typically don't have that cash. We borrow it, but again, it's included in that number. It's not addition. It's already included in it.
Yeah, and I guess the point of this conversation I'm trying to drive, obviously, we're not going to solve this conversation today. It's a multi-month, couple-year sort of conversation. But I'm just trying to really get my head around how much debt capacity we need to be building up in order to cash flow the projects that we deem to be essential and discretionary as per today's categories. If we were to imagine the town's finances, what sort of mortgage or line of credit would we need? We need about $400 million, somewhere between $400 to $500 million of debt capacity to even cash flow these things. And I'm not going to hold you to it.
No,
I'm just trying to create an environment where we can have this conversation and get it going, not holding you to the details.
So if I understand you correctly, Mr. Mayor, so out of the $300 to $400 million, did you want that broken down by the three categories, essential?
No. I'm just trying to say, so we can just go into the rest of our term, starting at this initial budget conversation with a bit of a high level understanding of how far we are from the reality of being able to afford the capital projects that we have on our list. Because I feel like we're a really long ways away from being able to carry the debt for it.
Okay, that is an exercise I can do for council.
Okay, yeah. See you in
We can have that-
2026.
we can have-
Okay.
We can have that discussion next Wednesday.
But it's bad, is what I think is what I'm trying to get at. It's going to be difficult, is what I'm getting at.
I won't use the terminology bad.
Yeah, I will though. Okay, thanks. Councilor McFadden.
I was just gonna jump in, where I was trying to come from with that is, a lot of these projects, it can often be like a third, a third, a third. So it comes from the municipalities, tax supported. We also have access to provincial and federal grants. Like, big picture, when I've traditionally looked at how municipal budgeting works, is the tax rate supports your operational budgets, and grants support your capital budgets, right? So the conversation I'm hearing today is not taking into account that availability of grants from the provincial and federal level, so, as well. So at least 30% would be available through some sort of grant mechanism. Still
But,
bad, still bad,
and no,
just less bad, 30% less bad than you're projecting.
No, because I think you're talking about the cash flowing and the actual servicing of the debt. I'm talking about the carrying of the debt. Because my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that even if it's being paid for by grants and offset levies and growth and other mechanisms, we still have to carry the debt for it.
But
And
we
then-
wouldn't be borrowing. If the project's $1 million and you get a 30% grant, you're only gonna borrow 700,000.
But how often do we pay for 30% of the project up front as opposed to borrowing it and then servicing it with grants? It's a very complex conversation, but I'm just trying to get my head around it.
I feel this is a spring conversation, my friend.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can do that calculation for you, and I'll have it ready for you next Wednesday.
Yeah. The whole thing? On Wednesday?
It's gonna have the whole
Someone get this guy some
financial.
coffee.
Most of it.
Okay. Yeah, I won't hold you to that.
To council, I think, again, what would help Mr. Alim a lot is just understanding what the priorities are, and then seeing what those specific projects are and how they could be, financed, whether it's debt, OSL, and grants. And then he's got a much better position to say, here's what the timeline looks like, and here's what the kind of funding we would need on the front end, and here's where we would be able to retire that debt. So I think we could do broad, but I think it's more around the priorities that we have, and then establishing that and then working that math backwards. So probably not a Wednesday exercise, but really part of our January discussion to say, what is that long-term plan?
Okay.
Can I add one more?
Please.
Leland? As part of the future fiscal framework discussion, could we build in to have a discussion around the non-residential tax rate? That's a discussion that's gone back and forth over the years, but as I understand it, our non-residential tax rate is substantially lower than the regional average. Anyhow, so if we could have a discussion about that. I know it's flowed back and forth over the years.
The chair to Councillor McFadden, I believe that is also scheduled to be part of the fiscal framework for 2026.
You're brilliant, thank you.
As well as the debt policy that is scheduled for, to be discussed in 2026 with council.
Councilor McDonald?
What I feel strongly so far is that there's a lot of alarming information to digest, and I've been sitting here silently trying to process it all. But what I feel really strongly is that we can't hit the panic button and overcorrect on our residents' shoulders. That's something that I feel really strongly about, that would not be prudent for Cochranites. I also feel like there's a lot of decisions to be made that I don't feel like we have the information in a fulsome way to make those decisions. I offer no solution to those problems, but I needed to say those things out loud. There's a lot here that we need to revisit when these master plans come forward, when Alvin comes back with the reserve policy draft. So I don't want to overcorrect and slam a bunch of reserve savings onto our residents, and I don't want to make decisions without all the information in front of us.
I totally agree, and I would suggest that's a very healthy place to be at the start of a term, especially as a new councillor, but even as returning councillors. I think that's a really great place for us to be after 1 month on the job, and I completely agree. Mr. Hyman?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor McDonald for your comments. I think it's important for us to to reflect on that and bring you the information so you can make informed decisions, and that's where we're partners in this. And our job is to bring that information to you so you are in a better position with decision-making. So we'll work on this together. Thank you.
So is that it for what administration wanted to discuss today?
That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
So I would like to open up the opportunity for Mr. Hyman to come and give some summary responses, and then after that, I'd look to do a round table again to provide high-level comment on whatever's on your mind.
Council, I just wanted to take an opportunity first to thank you for the last few days. Obviously, there's a lot of heavy lifting that goes into this, and appreciate your efforts, your questions, thoughtful input. It's really appreciated. Really, in terms of next steps here, there's a tremendous amount of information in the parking lot that you've established, so we're taking that, really prioritizing the fiscal impacts of what that would mean. We're going to work together as our administrative team going through that. We are going to send you the list of the questions or items in the parking lot by the end of the day today. We're hoping that there aren't any further questions added to that, because again, that will be our working copy, which we'll work towards Wednesday. So we'll be meeting at noon. Our objective is to get everything completed on Wednesday between noon. We're hoping to finish, if we could, by 6 o'clock. If it takes us a little bit longer, we'll try and get it finished. I understand there's a number of other commitments. We don't want you to have to take other time away from other commitments that you have. We'll come forward with the administrative recommendation based on everything that we've heard. I think as we prepared the budget, it was really based on the information that we've heard from the community, information that we've heard from the previous council. Now we've got your information, so we'll refine that. Come in that target range that you indicated of that 4.5, under 5 neighborhood. Certainly if we can do better, we'll try and do better. But I would just encourage you guys that when we come back on Wednesday, be prepared. We're going to be asking you to make some difficult decisions. We will have what our recommendation is. However, we'll also have an outline of some different levers that you could exercise if it's the will of council and the majority of you decide to influence that rate in different ways as well. So I think that's, and just as closing, again, just want to thank you, very collaborative process. That's something that our objective when we started this. Appreciate all your efforts, and just, yeah, thank you. We're not done. We've got, I don't want to appear to be celebrating because there's more work to be done, but I think we can, on Wednesday evening, have this all completed and before you, and something that will really set down foundation that we talked about for you for your first year and ultimately your 4-year term. Thank you.
Right on. So let's do a bit of a round table up here. Councilor McFadden, you've got your light on.
I could actually be last for once. Does anybody
Well,
else
turn your
want
light
to
off
go
then. Councilor Singh? Oh, no, Councilor
Councilor
Federico.
Okay, just curious, I know that it was kind of thrown out 4 to 5%, somewhere around there, but that was, I was assuming with a reserve contribution, which I think there's maybe a few of us around the table who aren't necessarily looking to put that money into a reserve quite yet. I think, to Councilor McDonald's point, and I think a lot of residents as well, especially when we aren't understanding necessarily how those policies are going to affect things down the road. There are a lot of people in our community who wonder why they are going to be giving extra tax dollars to the municipality when they could be keeping those tax dollars in their own pocket. And without actually knowing where the best place to put that money is, or why we're putting it there, or if it's gonna have any huge impact overall, I probably would be looking not at including that in, but more of the position points of a couple of the positions that were floating around the table, and maybe looking at that municipal piece for myself. But that's kind of where I would land. I'm not necessarily looking to just raise taxes to take money and pop it into savings until I actually know clearly where I want that money to go.
Thanks, Councillor Fedeko. I really appreciate your comments, and I can attest our team in the back get all the information we've heard, and there's been a variety of different positions shared on a number of things. So we will be looking at the positions as part of this as well. It's not just reserves, so I can assure you of that.
I've been sitting here kind of pondering revenue for these last couple days, and I've picked on revenue during a few of those director presentations. And I think there is more conversation to be had over the next 4 years about revenue sources. And I'm not just talking about tax increases. I'm really excited about your grants position that you put forward. I don't think that should be a contract position. I think that should be a permanent position, because I know there's a long game involved in identifying grants and planning ahead for them and forecasting. I have questions about whether a grant position, one person can oversee the broad departmental kind of requirements of grant writing for an entire municipality, but obviously I'm not advocating for a whole grants department, maybe someday. But I just wanted to say, like, when we're putting forward new expenses or expanding expenses, we should also be putting forward new revenue innovation in how we're gonna source new revenue opportunities. So I love the grants idea. And then finally, as I look to make hard decisions next Wednesday, I think for me right now, I'm framing them in my head from a place of opportunity cost for if we don't do them, and risk. Where is the risk the greatest for choices? And I'll prioritize from that perspective. That's where I'm at right now.
Over to the side. Councillor McFadden?
I'm entertained. Usually it's Councillor Wilson who waits to get the last word in, so I can see during this term he's going to be competing for Mr. Singh for that last word space. Yeah, so I've articulated, of course, my concern with reserves. I did just want to reflect that it's not meant to go into reserve for nothing. I think that the number for the Horse Creek Sports Bridge was 12 million. So if we saved $1 million, that'd be $1 million less that we wouldn't have to borrow to advocate for it. So it's not just a save space. We've talked about the need for a library. If it's $1 million that's in there, it's $1 million that we've collected interest on for a year that we're not gonna then borrow and have to pay more for. So I just wanted to push back at that theory that I'm just asking for a random savings account that doesn't have an explicit budget number against it. I would argue that it explicitly does. And I fully expect that in the spring, when we get the reserve policy, we're going to be looking at a much more aggressive number year-to-date than $1 million. Year-to-year than $1 million. So I'd ask my colleagues to consider that as the team is looking at options for the budget. $1,750,000, $500,000, something that can make that a little bit easier for sure. So I articulated clearly that's something I was looking into as we went into the budget process. I know broadly we've got a lot of interest as a council in the civic engagement, civic empowerment, youth empowerment space. So just wanted to continue to advocate for that civic engagement suite project that I'd budgeted about for $50,000 to make sure that that's part of our parking lot discussions. I really do believe that stronger relationships and the more folks that know how and why we're making decisions that are part of those decisions, the more champions we'll have, more ability we'll have to make better decisions and have to spend less time kind of troubleshooting and responding to challenges if people were with us at the beginning of the story. But the biggest win for me the last couple days, of course, has been the real feeling of collaboration in the room. It's been great to be able to have open dialogue and receive information from both the administration benches and my colleagues. And I really appreciate the tone and humor and hard work ethic that I've really experienced the last couple of days. So thank you very much. I like budget. It's been a good couple of days. So thank you to everybody who's made this a good process.
Councillor Gill.
Great comments. For me and where I stand on putting money away, I think there's no doubt that we need to be putting some money away for various projects. However, my issue is I feel that we're missing the framework in order to do that. I think, efficiently and well. I think we need that framework, and I think we need to just figure that out first. So I'm looking forward to that presentation in March. Something I don't know if this is in the book, maybe I missed it. Do we have a list and cost projections for projects for the next 3-5 years somewhere? Could that be provided to me?
We do in the capital budget report, you have those projects, the capital projects are listed there for you.
Okay. Yeah, that was really it. I appreciate these binders. I think they're pretty straightforward, and I can tell a lot of work went into them. And yeah, I think everyone else touched on really great points in terms of that. And I think that's everything I had.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you to everyone in the room and people online. If we want to keep any tax increase under a certain percentage while strengthening reserves, we need to look at where services can stay at same level but be delivered more efficiently, whether through shared services, alternate delivery models, or lower cost approaches that don't affect quality. In some cases, we may not need a full-time position right away. With the new software system, for example, we will be exploring whether a term position could cover the initial workload until we'll see what the long-term actual need is. I'm not taking a hard stance for or against any specific option, but if we're asking residents to pay more, we have a responsibility to explore alternatives and make sure we are being good steward for their money. I also want to see a full range of options from administration first, especially where we can keep service level at stable low cost. That way we can increase as appropriate. We are a team and we'll need to do this together. Thank you.
Councillor Fideko.
I just wanted to throw out one last comment. Last night I got home and I did text Mr. Hyman because this has been a very collaborative and respected approach in chambers, and I want to thank you all. As somebody who hasn't necessarily always experienced that during budget, and probably a few of the past years, it's been a real pleasure. So, thank you.
Okay, great. I think that just leaves me. I have really enjoyed this process. I think, are landing exactly where I wanted to land, where there seems to be a real sense of council understanding the amount of work we have to do, and feeling like there's this collaborative back and forth relationship between council and administration forming. And the only firm position that I hope to take on this budget is making sure that our administration has the resources to dive into that capital planning work that I view to be oh so important. And then I guess the last thing I'd like to say is just speaking a bit to my role. This is my first time facilitating a budget as mayor. I've been trying to facilitate this collaborative approach that allows everybody to feel like they can have their questions answered, that administration can speak freely without judgment for saying things that may not necessarily be accurate or in alignment with what council wants to hear, and then also efficiently driving us forwards to tangible, this is what we're doing based on that conversation. So to that end, I've made the offer to council that if there's anything I'm doing up here as chair, please bring it to me. If there's something you want to bring to my attention, but you're not comfortable bringing to my attention, please go to our deputy mayor, and my deputy mayor can bring your anonymous suggestion box tip my way. And the same offer goes to administration. If you are unhappy with the way these meetings are being run by myself, my office is open if it's something you want to talk to me about one-on-one with, or if Mr. Heim would prefer you go through him to bring that to me, please do. We have meetings set next week. I would love to hear how I can improve this process and improve my job as the facilitator of these conversations. So with that, I will see everybody on Wednesday, 12 p.m. right here. Monday, council meeting first, and then back for, yeah, can't forget that one. And then back here for budget on Wednesday at noon. Okay, perfect. With that, any final comments from administration? Wrap it up. All right.